This regular meeting of Judson ISD has been called to order. This is a public hearing to be held to discuss the approval of tax rates. And so what I'd like to do is establish a roll call first. So if we can go ahead and mark ourselves as present. We were all present, and so obviously, let me reset that, if you don't mind. Sorry, guys. It's a matter of hitting one button versus the other, so it happens. So, it's guys, it's going to voting, so no, it's just not going to the appropriate area. Yeah, it should be on roll call. It's going to discussion. All right, so if it said present, thank you. Okay, my apologies and thank you. Let's go ahead and move forward. We are all present, and so Dr. Fields, if you want to go ahead and, by the way, for the record, we do have citizens to be heard on this agenda, but no one is signed up to speak about the tax. So we're going to push citizens to be heard on the regular agenda that'll come shortly after this meeting. So, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Fields?
The only thing on the public hearing agenda would be the presentation of the no new revenue voter approval tax rates for 2023. And Ms. Davis will start with those. I believe we have Mo Casey showing up, but he should be here shortly.
Yes, he's running a few minutes late. He got stuck in traffic, but Mo Casey, our executive director, will be joining us if there are any additional questions. Good evening, Mr. President, board members, and Dr. Fields. This evening, we will be presenting our tax rate public hearing for the Judson ISD 2023 taxes. During the regular board meeting, we will be asking the board to adopt and approve the 2023 tax rate for Judson ISD. You are going to be hearing about 3 different tax rates: the no new revenue tax rate, the voter approval tax rate, and then the tax rate you're actually going to vote on. So a little bit about the no new revenue and voter approval tax rate. The Texas Property Code mandates that the district shall submit to the governing body, which is our Board of Trustees, the no new revenue and VATAR, voter approval tax rate, to you. You do not need to vote on those, but they are presented to you during the public hearing. So what is the no new revenue tax rate? Basically, it is the tax rate that would maintain our collections using last year's property and this year's property. So that no new revenue tax rate is $1.06 if you round it off, which is down 6 cents from the previous year. It is per $100 of valuation. This is used for comparison only, and it just shows the comparison between last year's properties and this year's property and what rate we would need to set to maintain those collections from last year. We also have the voter approval tax rate, which is calculated. It's the greatest tax rate we can set without going to the voters for approval. And that this year is $1.03. This is the rate that we are presenting this year to you. Last year it was $1.22, but as you know, due to the maximum compressed rate that TA is setting, that has decreased. For Judson ISD tax rates, these are the rates that you will be adopting during the discussion action portion of our board meeting. We have our maintenance and operation rate. Last year it was 85 cents. This year it has decreased to 66.92 or 67 cents. That is set by the state and in accordance to the new laws. And our interest in sinking, or our debt rate, this is the rate that we use to pay off our debt service for the district, is remaining the same as last year at 36.5 cents. And that is because, board members, you recall that you approved a resolution for a defeasance this last month, which will help pay off our debt. And that defeasance is no less than 1.3 million. And so that actual amount of defeasance will be set at a later date. And then the total tax rate that you will be adopting is $1.03. That's down a total of 19 cents compared to last year. Last year it was $1.22. This year, board members, this will be the 5th year that you are adopting a decreasingly lower tax rate. In total, you can see the history here since 2020, when the total tax rate for the district was $1.27. You can see now that it is $1.03. That's been a 24-cent reduction over the last 5 years. Now, one of the things to keep in mind is that even though we are setting a lower tax rate due to the required compression, the state has put out a hold harmless provision. So even though we're going to be taking in fewer taxes, the state has agreed to provide us a harmless and give us that difference. They are unclear as to the amount of time that they will do that. It is probably going to be a year or two, and then we would need to consider what we would do moving forward. In addition, one of the things that we've already discussed and you've heard is in 2021, the tax homestead exemption was $25,000. In 2022, that became $40,000. It currently in law still is $40,000, but there will be a proposition named Proposition 4 that's going out to the voters in November to increase the homestead exemption to $100,000. Basically what that means is if you own a home that's worth about $100,000, the taxable value right now it would be $60,000, right? Because your exemption would be a $40,000 exemption. If you own a $125,000 home and the $100,000 exemption comes through, then your taxable value would be $25,000. So Prop 4 is what most voters will be looking for in November on your ballots to vote for or against the increase to the school tax homestead exemption from $40,000 to $100,000. The tax rate that TEA calculated for us is based on $40,000. But you're going to see another board agenda item, which is the appraisal roll. We were asked by TEA and RCAD to submit both. So you are going to be asked to approve the $40,000 and the $100,000 homestead exemption in case this proposition is passed. So what you see here is just a sample of the possible changes to the Judson ISD school tax bill. Last year, if your home was worth about $200,000 with regular appreciation, we're looking at about a home that's now probably worth $220,000. With a $40,000 exemption, your taxable value would be about $180,000. With the tax rate that the board will be adopting this year at $1.03, the JISD annual taxes would be about $1,862, a reduction of about $90. However, if the $100,000 homestead exemption is approved, then your taxable value on that same home would be about $120,000. At our tax rate of $1.346, you're looking at taxes of $1,241, a reduction of $711 from previous year. Board members, this concludes our tax rate public hearing. If you have any questions, I can take them at this time.
Ms. Rodriguez?
So can I just play this back to make sure thank you. Can I just play this back to make sure that I understand what you're saying is that the impact on homeowners is going to be likely a decrease, hard to say after Proposition 4 if it'll be a small decrease or a larger decrease, but there will likely be a decrease in the taxes that they're paying. However, that also means a decrease in the revenue that we can expect in Judson ISD to fund our schools from property taxes, which is our main source of revenue. The state this year is going to make up the difference, so
That
to
is
speak,
correct.
so that we can hold steady, but we don't know how long that's going to be.
That is correct.
Okay. Do we know what the revenue impact is if the state takes that gap funding away, so to speak?
The net taxable value difference is about $1.5 million.
Okay, so that would be our shortfall from our current budget if they decided to, or that would be.
That's from the taxable,
Not the shortfall, but
that's
that
from the
would be
taxable value.
the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Eaton?
I want to make sure that I understand the part that I was reading. This is a one-time event, right?
The hold harmless, it's difficult to tell. When TA usually passes a new law, it's difficult to tell. They'll give us a hold harmless, but that's not a permanent hold harmless. I cannot tell you with certainty right now because TA has not shared what would happen after this year. But they did share about the hold harmless provision for now. So basically, what we would want to do is operate as if we were at a $100,000 homestead exemption, which would bring in less revenue because we don't know what would happen in the future.
Can I?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Phillips.
Ms. Eaton, I think what we're trying to communicate is that the state usually gives you a certain amount of time to get used to a change like this. In addition, they usually don't come up, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Davis, with changes like this until the legislative year, which comes about every 2 years. So we would find it odd if they came in a non-legislative year and said that they were going to change the hold harmless. So we'll probably have 2 years to get used to that 1.5 million reduction in income, and we would have to attribute that to our budget going forward over the next couple of years.
I don't think there are any other questions.
Thank
So,
you very
Thank
much.
you, Ms. Davis. So we're going to flow right into the other one. This meeting is adjourned, and now we're going to go flow into our regular meeting. This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called together to order at 6:12 p.m. I'm very pleased and very thankful that you've taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies, oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operation of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with state government code on the open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend a sincere appreciation and welcome from the entire school board. Again, thank you for your interest. We're going to go ahead and establish a quorum. Just 1 second.
Is Rusty to bring it up?
I'll give him a minute. Okay, go ahead and mark yourself present. Okay, we're all present. We do have a quorum, and Dr. Fields,
If we could all please stand for the invocation. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another opportunity to come together for the students, the community, the faculty, and staff of Judson Independent School District. As we move forward this evening, we would ask for your continued blessing on our board members who work tirelessly for the families and students that they represent. And finally, we ask that you continue to guide our board members and administration as they lead our district in their decision-making and actions. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Please stay standing for the presentation of the United States colors. led by the Judson High School JROTC, also led by Senior Master Sergeant John Carbone. Tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet First Lieutenant Maria Bernhardt, who is carrying the U.S. flag. Right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet First Lieutenant Joseph Copeland. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet Master Sergeant Eric Kaler. Left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Master Sergeant Brian Salgado. Our pledge leader this evening is Mason Mon from Copperfield Elementary. Mason is a 5th grade student and a member of the chess club. He is also in the Gifted and Talented program. Outside of school, Mason enjoys playing video games with his friends and coding on the computer. Thank you for leading us in the pledges, Mason.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
You may be seated. Please give Mason Mon a big round of applause for leading our pledges. We do have a certificate. We have some of his family members here and also his principal over here, Ms. Gonzalez. We're very proud of you. You guys can cheer. Awesome job, Mason. Thank you so much. Did our ROTC group leave the building? Oh, they already? We would like to give them a big round of applause if they can come back in as well. Here we go. Judson High School, JROTC. This is picture. Are they gone? Okay, thank you so much. Judson High School, JROTC, great job.
They did the work. True story.
Thank you so much. We do have a few recognitions this evening, lots of special celebrations. I'd like to introduce a couple of students from Judson High School who are actually 2023 graduates. These are 3 young gentlemen that have embarked on an incredible journey through our Judson Ag Engineering program. The students applied, interviewed, and were accepted into the Holt Ready Technician program in June. They completed over 90 days of intensive training in their classroom modules and hands-on practice. On September 5th, they received their Level 1 technician certification and $10,000 worth of tools and a toolbox to kickstart their careers. They are officially employees and technicians of Holt Ready, and they are Austin Lopez, Damian DeCastro. And Craig Brewer. The Judson High School Ag Engineering Program is taught by Mr. Jay Trees. Congratulations to these young gentlemen, proud graduates of Judson ISD and Judson High School. We are proud of your career-building accomplishments and wish you the best of luck in your new field.
Ready, big smiles, everyone, in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's really exciting to be able to celebrate the work of our graduates. I'd also like to recognize this evening some current students, also from Judson High School. These three ladies over the summer earned the Lone Star FFA degree. This is the highest degree an FFA member can earn in the state of Texas. All three of these young ladies received their degrees and met the following requirements. They've been active members of FFA for at least 3 years. They have had a successful supervised agricultural experience project for at least 3 years, planned and participated in the chapter's program of activities, plus participated in 10 activities above that level, and combined, they have over 300 hours of community service. These ladies are Kimber Priest, Abigail Slack, and Isabella Celaya. The Judson High School Ag Science teacher is Miss Emily Oliver. And if you notice the bling around the ladies this evening, their accomplishment is signified by the shiny gold chains that they proudly wear in being able to earn that high degree as an FFA Lone Star.
Big smiles in 3, 2, 1.
Great job, ladies. Thank you so much. And finally, we'd like to express appreciation and recognition to several key individuals who assisted during a Friday night football game when a band parent suffered a serious medical emergency. During the distressing medical emergency, the swift and selfless actions of the individuals involved were nothing short of heroic. Their courage, quick thinking, and compassion made a significant difference in the outcome. We recognize their exceptional efforts, showcasing their dedication to the well-being of our community. Their commitment to helping our Judson ISD family in need is truly commendable. We'd like to recognize Ms. Rosie Villarreal, Judson ISD Police Sergeant Frank Garcia, Executive Director of Athletics Treva Corrales, Director of Athletics, Carl Pointer, the Judson High School Administrative Team, as well as the team doctor, Dr. Ralph Curtis, and the athletic trainer, Justin Casey Rocha. And we will make sure that the certificates of recognition and appreciation go out to those who could not make it this evening.
Ready, big smiles in 3, 2, 1.
And this concludes our recognitions.
Now we're going to move forward to the acknowledgement of citizens to be heard. There are 4 speakers that will be addressing the same topic. So what I'd like to do is bring all 4 of you. I know that some of the commentary may be the same, so if you all speak, you're welcome to take the full 3 minutes, but I just wanted you all to stand together, and then each of you can say something. If you don't need to use the full 3 minutes, if there's something different with the message you'd like the board to hear, then by all means continue up into 3 minutes, but I'd like you to all come up together, if that's okay. So the first person that's going to be speaking on the therapy dogs is Tiffany Gutierrez. And then we're also going to have Maria Harris. And then Lydia Feeney. And Jessica Pope. So you can go in any order. I guess we'll go by order. The first one that signed up was Tiffany. So Tiffany, you can make your first remark.
Okay, hello and good evening all. My name is Tiffany Gutierrez. I am a proud member of the Judson AFT, a school counselor, an LPC, and the owner and handler of Jojo, or Joy, the therapy dog. After 2 years and 3 weeks of working, she was suddenly and without just cause released from her duty. A straight answer has been hard to come by. When I first approached Dr. Toppin for approval at the end of the 2021 school year, I did not own a dog. I came across JoJo and was in contact with the breeder who stated Joy was too smart to be just a pet. She must be a working dog. This was a long-term goal of mine since around 2015 when I took a graduate-level animal-assisted therapy course at the nationally ranked University of North Texas Counseling Program. We were coming off of COVID, kids were returning to campus, the deficits were starting to appear, and I saw an opportunity. When she received approval, Joy was still in training. She has since completed training, is certified with the National Therapy Dog Organization, and has a separate liability policy that covers employment. Our organization only covers us on volunteer visits to hospitals, nursing homes, etc., and therefore an additional $1 million policy was purchased with a $2 million aggregate. I have also paid the extra cost to name the district as an additional insured on the policy. Given the misinformation and misconceptions circulating, I would like to clarify some assumptions that have been made. Joy is owned by me, but she is not for my benefit. I've had the pleasure and privilege of sharing her with thousands of students and staff across multiple campuses and have even worked alongside her during crises at other campuses. She does not have a mean bone in her body, has not shown aggression, never bitten, growled, etc. Even when 8+ friends are patting, rubbing, talking in her face, tugging on her tail and ears, she has not had a harmful interaction. Unfortunately, she really loves everyone and barks when she gets excited. This was noted during her observations and is deemed acceptable by an outside observer and our certifying organization. The students and staff at both campuses are positively impacted by Joy's work. I have witnessed her help students not wanting to come into the building, having intense, uncontrollable emotions, refusing to go to class, having difficulty opening up, and many other success stories. JoJo helps students feel better so that they may return to instruction, and she sometimes does so in a more efficient and effective way than any adult human can do. Multiple times per day, I have to let students down saying, "No, JoJo's not here today." Experiencing their heartbreak daily has reinforced that her impact is too great to not advocate for. The missed opportunities for her to help and heal, especially given the recent tragedy at one of my campuses, are a disservice to the entire school community.
Ms.
The-
Gutierrez, you've reached your 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I did bring some handouts. Do I pass those around?
You can
or
give
how
them to
does-
Betty Holmes, and we'll make sure to get them. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
The efficacy of therapy dogs is well documented in research, but I am willing to take the time and move forward in a more formal matter, if that is required, to show how impactful having a therapy dog on campus can be. I look forward to working together on this, Ms. Gutierrez's words. Put a little joy in your life. Hello, my name is Maria Harris, and I've been a counselor for 19 years. When I first heard that Ms. Gutierrez and JoJo were working at Masters, I honestly had some reservations. My major concern was thinking that JoJo would be a distraction to our students. This is not at all an issue. Ms. Gutierrez has excellent control over JoJo. JoJo is very loving and responds well to all students. JoJo listens and allows all students to pet her. JoJo is an asset to our school. She is called to help with reluctant students who do not want to go to class. JoJo also helps when a student is mad, sad, anxious, or even excited. Students feel lots of pressure from school from daily assignments, friendship issues, and preparing for the STAR test. This is why JoJo is an asset each and every day that she comes and has been a wonderful addition to our counseling department. I love when JoJo gets so excited as we clap in excitement and JoJo barks along with us. This always brings a smile to our faces. JoJo is the best when it comes to celebrating. Mrs. Gutierrez has put so much time, money, and effort into JoJo. Not all dogs could do what JoJo does every day. It takes a very trained, special, and patient dog to withstand all the attention that JoJo receives. It also takes a very dedicated handler who works diligently to train a therapy dog. JoJo is just like her name, brings so much joy in my life and in the life of each and every child and staff that she is a part of. JoJo needs to work, and her work is so essential to our district. We all need a little more joy in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Lydia?
I'm Lydia Pambini, and I teach kindergarten at Copperfield. I first want to say, since I'm here, a big thank you to Ms. Ryan and Mr. Macias for your efforts in helping our campus and in listening to the teachers. So kind of in that vein, when I happened to be the team leader, and the first time Joy ever came to our campus, or JoJo as we call her, I was thrilled. I was so excited because I thought this is innovative. You know, we throw that word around, innovative, all the time. We're a district of innovation. And I think we've kind of redefined that word, because what innovation is really trying something different to achieve a goal. And all across the nation, people are buzzing about student mental health, teacher mental health. And here we were doing something that is a little unorthodox, but highly, highly effective. And I want to share that I have seen staff members just at their most stressed. And if you have been on a school campus ever, you know that teachers can get very, very, very stressed. It's a taxing job emotionally. And honestly, you'll see them during conference periods taking a minute to just kind of decompress. And so she's shown impact with the staff as well as with the students. Kindergarten students are notoriously impulsive. They're 5. They're supposed to be impulsive. And so one of the things, one of the main objectives as far as social emotional teaching in kindergarten is impulse control. I've never seen children 5 and 6 years old show impulse control like they will with JoJo. Because there's some part of them that just responds differently, that they're learning space. They'll respect her personal space more than anyone's. Anyway, please swiftly adopt policy so that we can bring her back. It was a gift to have her, and it's a great deficit that now she's gone.
Thank you. Jessica Pope.
Hi, I'm Jessica Pope. I'm actually going to speak on how JoJo has helped me personally. August 21st, Judson lost a student to senseless gun violence. It happened to be a family member of mine. I did not realize how it affected me until a couple of days later. It affected me a lot, but I really didn't notice it until JoJo came to the school, because we only get her for a short period of time. And when watching the kids react with her is kind of, as a parent, our emotional feel-good kicks in. And watching the kids react with JoJo and interact with her, I didn't realize how much my anxiety was to the loss of this family member, which triggered, I didn't realize, another emotion to the loss of my nephew a few years back. Again, senseless gun violence. And so we were dealing with that. And when JoJo finally showed up to school and I saw the kids on how excited they were and how giddy they were that JoJo was back, it made me feel good. And I was like, okay, everything's okay. We're back to normal. I can forget about what's going on outside of school. I don't have to deal with that because I'm watching these happy kids. But then we lose JoJo maybe 5 days later. So now I'm dealing with this grief of losing an ex-brother-in-law. Yes, it was an ex-brother-in-law, but it was still family. A 16-year-old boy that's missing his father. Now I'm watching these kids basically grieve a parent that we've ripped out of their house. They didn't get to say bye. They didn't get an explanation. They didn't get to give JoJo goodbye cards. It was just almost the exact same thing. I talked to him, and the next day he's gone. And so as somebody that saw the impact JoJo gave and the calming JoJo gave, I actually saw a difference in myself through the kids and seeing how they responded. But then when I started seeing basically their grief is what we just did to these babies. We put them through a grieving process that they shouldn't have had to have gone through. And when you're already grieving yourself, it makes you grieve even more for the kids. So I guess what I'm saying is JoJo should be there. JoJo, whether we want to compare her to this type of pet or this type of pet, she's not a pet. And that's what we really need to get through our heads. She's not a pet. This isn't your little goldfish that you want to take to school. This is it's an animal that knows how to respond to these kids, truly feels their emotions. You know, I can contest to that. JoJo knew when I was having a bad day because she'd come over by me, and I'd tease her all the time. I picked on the dog because it was fun, and she would just sit there and look at you. But, I mean, me and JoJo did have a relationship, and it
Ms.
was...
Pope, you've reached your 3 minutes.
I'm just saying, you know, we need to think about the grieving process we just put these kids through.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacob White, and he's speaking on diabetes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jacob White. I am a type 1 diabetic who attends one of Judson's schools. On February 14th, 2020, I was medically neglected by Crestview staff on a field trip. The one nurse, the school nurse and principal that failed to give staff or my blood sugar, my blood meter kit. I had a really low blood sugar and had no way to treat it. This was in 2020, and Judson still has not put in any safety plans or policies in place for the field trips or improved training staff in diabetes and diabetic care. Because of that nurse and principal, I now have this fear to trust school staff to take care of me, to protect me. Crestview staff broke their promise and almost killed me. I am asking Justin School Board today, please do better for myself, other diabetics that go to your district. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next citizen to be heard is Maria Sanchez. She's here to talk about school safety measures and communication.
Good Good evening. I'm Maria Sanchez. I have children at both JMS or JSTEM and Judson High School. I'm a very involved parent. I volunteer anywhere and everywhere I can, so I do need to tell you thank you for all that you do for our district. But just as we've heard tonight, there are definitely areas that can be done better. I have spent the last few days doing some research, trying to reach out for answers, trying to just receive my own understanding of how Bond is going to implement safety measures for our school. I know that there are several things that are going to be addressed, but one of the concerns that I have is how we can prevent some of these situations from happening, such as what took place last Friday at Judson High School, as well as the communication that isn't being given to parents, and there isn't a full transparency, which I think part of that becomes we don't want to have any scarier situations for our students or our staff, or even our parents for that matter, because a lot of the times we felt like we're left out of the loop. One of the things that I'm asking is for a policy change on bags. Many of the students right now, they can pick whatever bag they want. I know at JSTEM, it's usually the biggest bag they can carry because they have multiple things they need to carry. But there can be other ways to handle those situations. Another thing that I do need to ask for as well is that, you know, we look into metal detectors. I understand that there is a growth and planning committee, but a lot of times these meetings are taking place because we have parents that are working 2 or 3 jobs. They're not able to be part of these committees. So what are we doing to meet those parents that don't have the ability to be at those meetings, to be having a vote to actually make a change in the community or make a change with where our bond money is being spent? So I'm asking the board to help us help our parents and work together to collaborate so that we can keep everybody safe. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, we will start with the superintendent report. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. First, we have the monthly construction report. I'd ask Mr. Guidry to come up and speak. One of the things that we did update is in your packet and posted online, you'll see a new Excel document that lists all of the things that we are doing and where we're at in terms of the 2016, 17, and 22 bonds. So we wanted to make sure that you were aware of all of those. And then what we're asking is that Mr. Guidry go through exactly what we're working on now in the district. He'll start with 2013 and then go through. I wanted to speak a little bit briefly on the air-conditioned gyms and the fencing. We have on the agenda tonight an opportunity to get a project manager specifically for those areas. So we've moved forward. We've brought a recommendation. Once we get to that, we'll select them. We'll work with them. They'll bring in an architect. We'll try and, or an engineer, excuse me, and we'll try and design exactly what that'll look like in the 14 gyms in which we need air conditioning. And then we'll go out and see if we can find a construction team to come in and make that happen, and then set it up to where they'll go about getting that done with the least disruption to the campuses. I can tell you that one of the things that we did, based on Ms. Faulkner's question of what have we done temporarily, was we got the porta coolers, I think 2, for each of the gyms throughout the district, and set those up to make it a little bit cooler. And then the fencing was part of that project management as well. So we'll bring in a project manager who will get in and start working on where we'll put up the fencing for the 19 campuses that need it as well. But Mr. Guidry, if you'd like to go through the rest, and then we'll open it up to any questions that you guys may have for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Fields. Good evening, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Fields. So as you see on the first page that you have in front of you, you're going to actually see a summarization of the projects that are currently being worked on at this point. So you're going to see 2013, 16, 17, and 22, and other projects. I'm happy to say that on 2013, all bond projects have been complete. So that is actually closed. When you go down to the next one now, 2016, these are current projects that are either in design or under construction. So for example, Candlewood modernization. As a matter of fact, we just met with the architects this week. The design process is starting. For Candlewood, improvements of M&I, Coronado Village. We did speak last month's meeting, so this is where we were waiting on the engineers. They were doing some soil testing because of the expansion of the soil. So before we do any work, we want to make sure that before we start putting down any poles, that it's not going to fall right. So that's the second one. And what's also in design is district-wide roofing phase 4. And there's about 4 campuses that are on that project. The next thing you're going to see is construction projects. So these are other items. So later on during the board meeting, we're also going to bring to the board for approval we had a bid that came in for the PAC. So that's one thing that we're looking forward to. The Wagner High School track and field, as you recall, that was one of the priorities of the board a few months ago. So that is going. That is full speed right now. In addition to, we're going to bring in a change order later on as well too, to talk about the Wagner track. We talked about last month about the line that they have to continue to dig inside the ground. So there we're going to be bringing to you guys a change order. The next one you're going to see that we are also in the process of working on that is getting ready for middle school 6, right, in the Wortham area. We know there's going to be a big traffic area, a bunch of congestion in that area. So the next thing that we want to work on is making sure that we're going to purchase a small piece of land so we could put up the signals and traffic lights so we could help the traffic once we open up middle school 6. Wortham is on there. Those were the portables that we connected over at Wortham. That is complete. That was complete over the summer. They actually are being utilized at this time. 2017 bond, if you've been out there to veterans, what we are working on is I know it says phase 1, it's actually phase 2, right? So we're adding some parking additions, and we're doing some stadium upgrades there as well. And 22 bond, right? We have 4 projects that are underway or in design. You got Candlewood Chiller, elementary school number 21, and we'll be talking about that later on as well too. That is still in design. We have Hartman Chiller and middle school number 6. Middle school number 6, I'm happy to say, as of right now, we're good. It's moving forward. We know that was a big priority at the beginning, so we're good there. And then the next one you see is non-bond projects, Copperfield transformer relocation, district-wide, the portable AC units that we put in the gyms, as Dr. Fields referenced, the Wagner mini splits, and the wraparound services. So the next page is going to give you the actual scope of the work. Okay, so the actual scope. So Candlewood, phase 2, M&I, you're going to see what the project actually includes. For example, ADA, compliant signage, replace sewer lines underneath the building. So as I mentioned earlier, we've met with the designers this week, the architects, so we are moving forward with the design process. On that project, we're about 90% complete on the documents. And F&P, or facilities and planning, will be making sure that to schedule those meetings. Right now, we don't have an estimated completion date because we still got to wait for the architect's engineer to kind of give us the okay what that's going to look like. In addition, we have to take it out for bid soon as well. Coronado, I talked about that as well.
Can we ask questions on
yes,
Candlewood
ma'am.
before we move on to the
Yes,
next
ma'am.
project? I was trying to go back and research when architects were assigned to all these projects. I can't find where we assigned one to Candlewood Phase 2. How long ago was that the architect has had this project?
Ruben, would
I
you
looked
happen
back
to-
a couple of years and I couldn't find an RFQ board. Maybe I just couldn't find it.
I don't have that on me right
Okay.
now.
Mr.
but I can-
Marino's here. Can you come up to the podium, please?
Good evening, all. At this moment right now, I do not know when that was taken to the board. I will do some research and get it back to the staff.
Okay, I'm just wondering, like, the design, like, when did we, I'm a little confused because you're saying we're 90% done with construction documents. Well, that's the last step. Designing it comes before that. So have we figured out what we're doing at Candlewood? Because my concern is we had an idea in 2016 of what a life skills classroom needed to look like, and it's now 2023, and those requirements are not necessarily the same. The population load of students is not necessarily the same. A lot has changed. So I'm wondering, where are we in that design process to determine what the best life skills layout or library layout is if we're already 90% done with construction documents, we should probably already have the design specs done. So I was confused on that.
And ADA has changed as well.
Yeah, since that time.
Sorry.
Correct. Yeah. May I just suggest on some of this detail that you do not have, that you obviously provide that to Dr. Fields, and we get that information as quickly as possible, so we
Yes,
have
sir.
that information. Is that okay with Ms. Ryan, Ms. Faulkner?
Yes, no, definitely, because a lot of those are federal requirements, especially when we're dealing with special education students. So, and it's been a long time since we started this project, and making sure that especially the life skills classroom, gets done as quickly as possible, because I'd like to know how quickly we can get this like out for bid. If we're 90% on construction documents, that usually means within a couple months we're going out for bid then, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I
Correct.
like that. I like out in a couple minutes. And then we moved some money into that bond thing to help pay for all that, because the old dollar amounts were probably 2016 money, which doesn't buy you anything anymore. Okay, so now our budget's just over 5 million to get all of that done.
I'd like to clarify what the statement you just made. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
What we did is, as we've gone through the 2016 bond, we've been able to save money in other areas. Rather than come back with a bunch of other projects that we can do with those funds, we've taken the excess money and put it into some of the other areas because, as Ms. Ryan has stated, we made these budgets back when we passed the 2016 bond. We know that through inflation, when it goes time to go out and get some of these things done, there's going to take more money to get that done. So we've taken that excess money and put it into these other accounts, so we know that we won't run short and we'll be able to complete all the projects we have in the 2016 bond.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
this one I think has just been going on a long time. There's a lot of kids affected by this one, and I just want to make sure. I've been in life skills classrooms all over this district, and they don't all look the same and don't all have the same capabilities. So it'd be nice to bring some equity across the district in terms of what those kids have compared to maybe some of the other life skills classrooms that we have around
Yes,
the
ma'am.
district. So, all right, that's the only question I had on Candlewood, so I'll let you go on to
Okay,
Coronado Village.
yes, ma'am.
We can go ahead and move to your questions if that
Yes.
expedites things.
Anybody else got a question on?
Yes, ma'am.
So the chiller, and of course, I haven't been around long. I thought, my understanding was it was already in.
No, ma'am, the chillers have been ordered. They're just-
Okay.
Or if we're talking about.
Candlewood only.
Yes, ma'am. They've been ordered, so we've done some work there at the actual site, but the chillers are not in. Once the chillers come in, we'll be able to tie in the lines and we'll be ready to go on that
Okay.
one. But correct, the chillers have not come in.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On Coronado Village, that I did find the RFQ. So it looks like we went out for design services all the way back in September of 2012. So now we're 12 months later, and we're still in designing and architect phase of that. We haven't been able to bid that out yet?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
2012 or 1220?
I'm sorry. September of 2022.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
All right, yes,
I
ma'am.
wrote 12 months ago next to my thing, and
Understood.
I'm not reading correctly.
And again, ma'am, we just received a report on that specific one on the actual soil testing. So-
Okay. And is that the last thing the kind of architect was waiting on to head into construction
Right.
documents?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe 3 months to a couple of months to get construction documents, then we can be heading that direction on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that'll make Coronado Village,
I'd like to clarify once again.
hopefully.
The construction that's going to go on over at Candlewood is very extensive. We've gone through this at Wood Lake Elementary.
Yep.
And there's going to be some sewer line replacements. And when you start doing that in a facility that's been around for 50 years, slab on grade, where that means they just put the stuff in the ground, oftentimes when you start digging that out, there's some breakage in the lines.
Yep.
So we want to be careful not to do a lot of that during the school year, because now you make the school almost inoperable for the students. So we have to plan around how we're going to get that done, or sit down and look at relocation, and that could be a factor as well.
Okay, yeah, and I'm sure
Yes, ma'am.
all the planning and pre-stuff they have to do before they start breaking ground takes a while anyway, and May is not that far away. And
I
it's gonna
understand.
be upon us faster
Yes,
than
ma'am.
we, well, not as fast as the teachers wish it was, but, on the roofing, I was concerned about the budget on the roofing, because when I look at the 2016 Prop 1 money page, like, I see 2 million left in Coronado, and I see some money left in France, but I don't see any money left in Olympia or transportation to do their roofs, but those are two of the roofs that are, roofs, is that the correct, oh God, he's an English major, correct me. Roof material, I wasn't sure where that was coming out of, because I didn't see any money left in those two, facilities budgets to be able to do a roof project. You can look into that.
So what I could do tomorrow, I could do that research, and I could definitely send that out to the
Okay.
Friday, the board
Yeah.
notes tomorrow.
I just want to make sure we're not throwing all our money into Candlewood and then having other projects and not having money allocated against those for when we go out for bid. Little confused on Wortham Oaks and Walden Walk. What piece of property are we buying?
So we don't know, so there's, it's hard to describe. I mean, I've been out there. It's a very small piece of property, all right? So what we're needing to do is to purchase a small piece of property, all right? At some point now, haven't even started negotiations yet. So we have to develop that piece. In other words, we have to put up the traffic signal, the lights, so we can make sure that we're able to control traffic once the school opens up. Once that is built, then the county takes over, is that correct?
Yeah, but the HOA doesn't own the four corners of that intersection of Walden Walk and Wortham Oaks Boulevard. That's owned by Bear County, owns the corners, the four corners where the streetlights go. HOA doesn't own that. Right?
The property that we're talking about is when you're getting to that roundabout.
Okay, so we're talking traffic circle, you're talking the little corner.
That
Okay.
you-
That's apples and oranges. So that has nothing to do with Walden Walk. The traffic circle, that's a Wortham Oaks Elementary project.
But it's part of the.
And it's the one corner right there. Okay, so that is what, all right, I was confused because Walden Walk, they don't own any property. We bought that corner lot
Yes, we
already.
did.
And so we own as much of it as we can possibly own in that area. Okay, so that's for the widening of a second lane heading that
Right,
direction
yes,
around
ma'am.
the traffic circle. Okay, thank you. You had me confused on that one. And how are we paying for that? Because Wortham was in 2016 Prop 2, and there's no money left in that. So is that coming, what money is that going to come out of?
Wait,
Because you zeroed out, you
It's
zeroed out
2020.
2016 Prop 2. There's no money left in it. There's somehow money in Prop 1 for Wortham Oaks, but Wortham Oaks didn't exist, so I don't know how that money got in there. but-
2022, should be 2022 bond.
Okay, so we're gonna use middle
Yes,
school
ma'am.
money to go fix the elementary traffic circle.
What it includes
And then
everything.
they'll come out and possibly go around.
Excuse me, so that we can recognize other board members. Ms. Canoia wants
Yeah.
to say a word, so are you finished
Oh,
right now?
please. Yes, go
Ms.
ahead.
Canoia, go right ahead.
My understanding was that part of the issue with that roundabout is it slows down traffic to Wortham Oaks, which will back up and cause problems for the middle school. And so once we get that middle school in there, we want to be sure that those people can scoot by and get to the elementary and not block off where we need our people and buses going in and out for the middle school. So that's why it's part of the 2022 bond. If we hadn't done that bond, we wouldn't be doing this.
Okay, maybe it was just on the wrong slide then,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
if we can maybe, when we brief that project, can we put that under
Yes, ma'am,
2022?
we'll make-
Because right now you've got it under either 2016 or 2017,
I'll
so
make
it's just
that
a little
correction.
confused on which
If
kind
I,
of money.
if I could, to clarify. Ms. Ryan, what happens, I just explained that oftentimes in the bonds, we'll have money that's left over, and we'll do other projects. I would tell you that the Judson PAC, the one that you see coming up later on, is one where we've been renting the lighting and the soundboard to operate the PAC for quite some time. We have money left over. We don't want to use it all on new projects, but there's some things that work their way up to the top as emergencies. This is one, the PAC. So we're coming with a request to be able to replace all of the lighting and all of the sound in there, and we're going to use some of the 2016 bond money because we know that we can complete all the other projects with what we have in there. I would say the same thing with the Wagner track. We're asking for an amendment because we know that one of the emergencies that came up is that we have to go a little bit deeper. So now we get to Wortham Oaks, and we know that once we put that middle school over there, the congestion is bad now. But then when we bring in another middle school, it's going to be worse. So we want to take care of that before the middle school gets there. So if we have the money available and we know that we can tackle some of the other stuff, then we would use that money to get those emergencies done.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure we are holding true, because when you pass a bond, you are not supposed to be taking on new projects until all of the old projects are done, and then once they're done, you can reallocate the money. And I know we had some hiccups on some of those projects, but I don't want us taking too much more on, under 2016 till life skills classrooms are done and the roof is fixed, and those things that we did tell people we were going to do with that money. It feels like certain things are bumping their way up the line that weren't even on the original bond, and that's not playing quite so well out.
That's exactly what's happening. When the emergencies come up, I understand what you're saying, but as I said before, we have millions of dollars worth of savings in that bond.
Yeah.
So we've reallocated that to those areas to ensure that we'll be able to take care of those other projects, but we still have to take care of the emergency stuff as well. Ms. Davis, I'd ask you to speak on whether or not we spoke with our bond lawyers to see if this is something that we could do going forward.
Yes, ma'am. We contacted our bond counsel to make sure that we were doing everything by the books. And within the same bond, we can move monies around, especially when emergencies arise. And so we can do that without necessarily bringing that to the board. We'd be bringing back probably something every week, if that's what happens. But if we do move between bonds, then that's when we do bring it up.
And that's why we're bringing that this evening.
And did they say you could add new projects that were never on the original bond?
If we can assure
Before
that,
completing the old ones? Because that's generally not supposed to be allowed in bonds.
yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay.
And let me just say, there's a little latitude with this discussion. Now, this is superintendent report, and so some of the questions you're asking are rather detailed. They're important questions. We certainly need to know. But this might, and the reason I say latitude is because this was an item that Ms. Faulkner had requested to discuss more in depth, but it fell under the superintendent report. But based on the questions that you're having, they may need to be a dedicated meeting to get caught up on all of this so that we're able to, of course, do the other business today, but get those details that we need. But more importantly, to address those questions, I always like to have our administration prepared 100% by some of these questions. And getting back with us is not always the best thing, right? We want to know now. So we'll look at this possibility of scheduling a more detailed, maybe even a special meeting just on this, as just so we can dive a little deeper on it. So we have all the information we need. We can communicate that to our community, and everything is great. So anyway, just wanted to put that in there before we dive deeper into some of these questions.
Oh, no, definitely. And looking back at my research, this is why we've, in the past, had board advisory committee on bond facilities. And there has been a dedicated committee in the past when we've done this that has gone through, the 2 or 3 of us on the board that want to know through all the details of it, type thing, and community members invited and people knowing what was going on. And so October, I may put that back on and let's look at, some of these things so we don't spend so much time in board meetings and we hit the
Yeah.
highlights.
I hear you, and a good suggestion. So go right ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Goodwin.
Yes, sir. So we talked about the Wortham veterans. It's from the 2017 bond. So I can tell you there was additional monies that were left over, which was used for, to help out the veterans. And the 22 bond projects, as we just discussed, it talks about the actual scope of work. You're going to see the designer and the contractor. We talked elementary school 21. We'll be bringing that up later as well too, with some designs and some questions we have there. So Hartman Chiller at middle school number 6. And again, I think it's important to note that with middle school 6, we're doing well. We know there was a need, especially in that area. And if you were at the growth and planning meeting, you saw how the growth is coming, and it's in that area. So we are on pace to open in summer 2025. Copperfield Transformer, we talked about this. So again, this is just nothing more than that first page was a summary, and these next pages, it talks about the actual scope of work that's going to be taking place. I do want to touch on, as Dr. Fields mentioned, on the portable coolers. So I had an opportunity to visit the last couple of days, 10 of the 12 campuses. So as he mentioned, we did give out, we purchased 24 water coolers, 2 per campus. So I had an opportunity, I wanted to make sure to see if they were working. So albeit there was some that they were not turned on. So we did have a talk, but there was just issues on the training piece. And we did take care of that. But some of the coaches I spoke with were glad that they got them. Now, doesn't make a huge difference, but it does make a difference in those buildings. Now, we do also understand that some of our campuses, I was walking some of the gyms, they are actually connected to the actual building itself, or the main campus. So you do have that airflow that's coming in from the main building into the actual gym itself. So those were a little cooler, right? But I can tell you that, again, and I'm going to visit the other two tomorrow. 10 out of the 12 that I visited, they were working, they were on, and the coaches were glad that they had it. I saw a bunch of little kids running around, and they actually got in front of it because they knew they were cool. Excuse me. Another thing that we did, because we understand that they needed to get water inside of the reservoir. So maintenance went ahead, thank you. Maintenance went ahead and they purchased two 50-foot water hoses for those campuses that need them. Now, the tricky part is that the water faucets that are around the actual gym itself, they're not positioned enough to where it could supply water, but that's something that we're gonna work on. So, but again, for the most part, they did a pretty good job. So any questions that you guys have on that? Yes,
How many gallons is the reservoir on those? Because I saw them yesterday too, and yeah.
I know I asked it, so they would last about 2 hours. So once they fill them up, they last about 2 hours. But that's why we purchased those water hoses, because once they connect them, the water can continue
It's
to run.
continuous, right.
Yes, ma'am. And there's actually a bulb right in the front that'll tell you if the water is low. There were some campuses that had a pretty good plan where they had spoken with some of their maybe custodians, having water buckets on site, but we're hoping with the water hoses that'll help some. But yes, ma'am, you're correct. It could stay running without having to turn them off. But they do last about 2 hours. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stafford?
Yes, I know this was a temporary measure, so it's not intended to create the security that we originally were looking for and are still waiting for when the chillers come in and all that. But could you tell me how much security it's added, if any? Has it allowed any additional level of security to be achieved?
Well, I can tell you this, again, as I walked in, now some of and I was an elementary principal at one point, a lot of what happens too is that they've got the doors open, right? So they're doing activities inside and outside of the gym area. So they're going back and forth. But what I did notice too, and I'll be honest, I did not notice, so they have an extra person in there. So they got 2 aides in there. So in the event, if we had to go into a lockdown situation, and I asked that question, how soon can we get these doors down, right? And so they assured me they could get them down. Now, not only do they already have 2 additional, I don't want to say additional, they have 2 staff members or adults, there's other people that kind of filter in those gyms as well too. So they could, again, in case of an emergency, they can knock those doors down. But at the same time, the coolers will help keep the kids cool.
Right, can any doors be closed at all because of having the coolers put in there? Like, because they have more than one door, right?
Right, they have more, depends on the gym. But
Can
for the
any
most
of them be closed because of those coolers, or still not? They're still all open?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. But again, if they had to go down, and we can do that, then the coolers will help keep the kids cool.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Oh, no.
Hold on. Is there another question on this side? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
I'm sorry, how many, I thought our staffing ratio, we have a coach and 1 aide.
Yes, ma'am,
Right?
it's a coach
Okay,
and 1
not
aide,
2
correct.
aides.
No,
Okay,
sorry,
no,
it's a
I'm
coach
sorry, I
and
thought
1
you
aide.
said 2, and I'm like, I think we only have 1 aide at most schools, if they even, a few smaller ones may not even have 1, but there's
Coach and
definitely no
1
more
aide,
than 1.
correct,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Well, and I'll just add, and thank you again for the presentation as
Thank you.
well. Do you have something you
I
want
was
to
just
say?
saying thank you.
Obviously, this is a process that the board is highly sensitive about, and so we're working through this. Later on, we'll be talking about the construction management company, our project manager, to come and give some assistance to expedite some of these 2022 bond projects. So I do still see a lot of change coming in, and we probably will have a future meeting just on the bonds. I think that'll be kind of an important meeting to have. So The next item, Dr. Fields.
Yes, sir. Next, we have the Hall of Honor timeline, so I'd ask Dr. Taganow to speak quickly, or is Lexi going to go over that? Okay.
I can speak quickly,
Thank
sir. Hi, good evening, everyone. The Hall of Honor is one of our greatest tributes in Judson ISD. As you walk through the foyer area, you see all of our recipients on the wall. And so we are excited to start that process again this year. We just included for you a little bit of information on that timeline. Nominations will open up very soon, and we will begin looking at that process to select our recipients who will be honored at the Jeff Gala, which will be on February 9th. One of the things in the process is that we have selection committees, a separate one for the Civic Hall of Honor as well as one for the Athletic Hall of Honor. We typically ask the board to make recommendations of community members that they think would be willing to serve or would be good candidates to serve on the selection committees. And so the ask that we are asking this evening for you is to submit recommendations of community members that you think may want to serve in this capacity to select our Hall of Honor recipients. And if you do have any, to submit those names to Ms. Holmes by October 9th, and then we will go through that process. Last year, we changed our selection committee, and we do have some students who serve on the Civic Hall of Honor. So it's just a really great opportunity to work with administrators, students, and the community to really select somebody who embodies the spirit of Judson. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay.
Yes, sir. Next, I wanted to give time for Dr. Saunders and Dr. Gosh to speak briefly on the student enrollment numbers.
And I'll add too that this has come up because of our commitment for the 21-to-1 student-teacher ratio. I just spoke with a colleague of mine in Southside ISD, and they're going up to 24-to-1 because they just can't get to 21-to-1. So it is definitely a strategy to support students in the classroom. So just wanted to give that preemptive, but go ahead, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President and board members and Dr. Fields. We have some information to share with you tonight, so I have other of my colleagues with me that will be covering some of the information on class and campus capping, as well as the student-to-class ratios. But I am going to share with you the preliminary numbers on enrollment. And prior to showing those and displaying the numbers, I do want to make everybody aware that we say these are preliminary reports on our enrollment and also on the students that are enrolled at our individual campuses. And today was actually the PEIMS verification date for attendance. And that is our first step in terms of actually going through the process of making sure that our data is accurate. And so we don't even have those reports. So I will say that the information that we're sharing is as of Monday evening so that you know where those numbers are coming. There will be a variety of data verification and processes that will take place over the next month as we prepare the data for Snapshot. So this is our first opportunity to compare our data with the state to determine, are there students that have not told us that they have unenrolled and yet they are going to school in another school district? So, and that happens here quite a bit where we show students on our rolls that aren't physically here.
Dr. Goss, can you define snapshot, please?
Yes, sir. So snapshot is a single moment in time that the state asks to look at all of our data. It is where they base the numbers of students that we will get our accountability ratings on for that particular year. Any student that is enrolled with us at that time and in that demographic group, and that includes demographic group, special programs, special education, bilingual, emergent bilingual, and so on. So all of those student populations are identified in that single point in time. The very next day, we could have 10 students enroll, and those students will not be part of our accountability for the following year. The day before Snapshot, we could have 10 unenroll. So it is a very fluid process going through. In fact, the numbers that I'm showing you tonight, it's kind of like new technology innovations. Once they're out, they're already old. So it does change pretty quickly. And so that is kind of a brief description of what Snapshot is. But it is what our rates are based on for all of our accountability. So I wanted to give everyone an enrollment comparison in terms of last year to this year. I did not use snapshot numbers from last year because what we know is that students come and go throughout the year. So we pulled the last time all students, and so the May results that you see there go up to the last day of school that all of our students at JECA were enrolled, which is the last time we have all of our students here at the district that we receive funding for. So I've divided this into a couple of categories to give you an idea of how our enrollment has changed from the end of last year and the students that we're retaining. So the first group there is our EE students, which is our early education students. Many of these students are part of our special education program, all the way through 12th grade. Currently, we are showing 24,130 students enrolled, with a total difference of 1,526 students from the end of last year. To give you additional information to kind of show where those numbers, where those 1,500 students came from, we pulled out and identified how many students do we have just in our K-12 program compared to last year in May. We currently have 22,503, so there's a 426 student difference from last year to this year. Our EE students only make up 92 students compared, so we're 13 down from last year. In our pre-K program, which we all know we have changed that program. It is now a half-day morning AM program and a half-day PM program. It does require that you qualify for services for the district to receive funding for your child to come to school here, which last year we had a full-day pre-K3 program, and it was open to all students inside and outside of the district, whether they were eligible for funding or not. So that is our largest number of decrease in students, with only 328 currently enrolled. Our pre-K4 numbers have dropped by 386. And again, last year with that program, we accepted any student regardless of qualification. This year, we have pulled that back, and you must qualify in order to attend our pre-K4 program. So that one has dropped slightly. Our out-of-district, we changed the process for registration for out-of-district this year. We had a 2-week window, so we wanted to look at, did the 2-week window really change our numbers that much in terms of out-of-district? I can say that to come to a Judson ISD school, and you are an out-of-district student, you are asked to abide by our academic program, our disciplinary program, and our student code of conduct. And I can tell you that at the end of last year, we had a variety of students that had violated that on many orders, and I worked with the principals, and many of those were revoked to where we were not inviting them to return. All in all, we are only down about 309 students from the out-of-district from last year. To give you an idea of retention, I know at the last growth and planning meeting, this was a huge question about, have we retained the students that we allowed to come to school here? So what I have here is a comparison for you. So of our pre-K3 students that attended our full-day program last year in all categories, we have retained 616 of those students in pre-K4, and those all meet eligibility criteria. We retained 139 of those students who are non-eligible that are paying tuition. And we have 4 students that returned to us from pre-K to pre-K4 this year who are non-eligible that are out of district that are paying tuition. In our pre-K4 retention, how many did we retain from pre-K4 to kindergarten this year? We currently have 1,188 students that attend our kindergarten program that were part of our pre-K4 program in the past. 86 of those are out-of-district students. K-12 out-of-district in total, we had 721 returned to us from last year and 286 that are brand new out-of-district students to the district. I will tell you on pulling these numbers, this is a very manual process. It comes from a variety of tables, and so we don't have a specific report that just simply pulls out to say, this is how many people were eligible and this is how many were not. So I do want to give kudos to my data staff for spending all of Tuesday pulling all of this information in order to pull these particular numbers. So this is a little bit more difficult to ferret out, so we believe these are as close as we can possibly get them doing the manual tabulation in terms of these potential retention numbers. We wanted to give you an enrollment comparison by campus. You can see all of our high school campuses, with the exception of JLA at this time, are up in attendance. We have seen more students return to all of our secondary campuses from last year to this year. Our middle schools, other than JSTEM, have all lost students from last year to this year. And so this shows the number of comparison of where we have lost and how many students we have lost at each one of those campuses. I do want to point out that I pulled Wortham Oaks numbers out as just their 6th grade, since that is technically a middle school campus. So when you see the Wortham numbers in here, I have the 6th grade separated out. If you were to look at an actual report out of Skyward, it would say Wortham's numbers were a lot higher as a whole campus, but I have separated the 6th grade from the elementary, and you'll see me note that on the next slide when we get to the elementary campuses. Our elementary campuses, Woodlake Elementary is our growing elementary, apparently, with an additional 74 students this year than they had last year. Our other elementary campuses have all lost some students at those different areas. So I have the first 10 listed here, and we listed them by campus number, so they're not alphabetical or in any type of order. Yes, ma'am?
So this could look alarming, but I'm thinking about we canceled pre-K for a lot of students, so is that accounting for a lot of this?
Yes, ma'am. We lost a little over 1,200 students to the pre-K program. Between pre-K and out of district, we lost right around 1,200 students. So the majority of the numbers that you are seeing here are coming from those pre-K numbers.
Okay.
And the majority of which were not qualified.
Correct. The majority were not qualified.
So we didn't receive ADA funding
That is
for those
correct.
students.
So in schools where that loss was smaller, that either means that there are more eligible students attending that school, or there's growth in that area.
Correct.
Okay.
And what we are seeing is that our eligibility in the students, you'll see some of the class sizes. We have, our pre-K4 program is fairly healthy. You will see in the consolidation report that Dr. Saunders will share with you that we've had to reduce some of the pre-K3 classrooms because of the numbers not being here for people coming. But a lot of this is a change in students. So the ones that are growing for both reasons. And here's the second half of our elementaries. And like I said, I noted Wortham Oaks. So Wortham Oaks is actually, with the 6th grade program, they have 808 children on the campus. This is just reflective of K through 5 for Wortham Oaks. And you can see all of the other campuses, with Rolling Meadows being our champion for having the largest number of student reduction in this school year at 185. And with that, if you have any questions on enrollment, and if not, I can turn it over to Dr. Saunders to talk about our capping of the campuses.
Are there any questions? Ms. Stanford?
Are you saying that a lot of this decrease in attendance is due to the pre-K program that we changed,
Yes, ma'am. So in terms of the number of students that we lost, I'll go back to the first slide here. In pre-K, we lost right at 1,100 students total across the district in terms of who attended pre-K3 and pre-K4 last year. So when you look at the numbers, we had 1,029 students in pre-K3 last year. Of those that we were able to qualify within district this year, there were only 328 that we could qualify for a pre-K program, pre-K3 program this year, and we did change the programming of that. So the majority of the numbers that you're seeing there are coming from that. So if you take all of the little numbers that I have in parentheses there to show the negative numbers and you add them up, it equals the 1,526.
Can I add to that, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Goss? If you were to look on here, Ms. Stanford, you'll see that the top number reflects the 1,526. Underneath that, where it says K through 12, it says 426. 309 of the 426 were out of district. So that leaves you with a net balance of, I didn't add this up, but I think it's like 117, 16, what was it? So, and then the other ones come strictly from the pre-K and pre-K4 area. So you can see the majority of that deficit falls at the elementary level. So when you see those differences, it comes primarily from the pre-K3 and pre-K4. And as we went through, we invited all students who met qualifications to return. These were students that did not meet the qualifications that we weren't receiving ADA for. So
We'll
that's how
probably be
many
getting-
students that we had. And if you times that by the number of FTEs that we were paying for out of our fund balance just to
Right.
educate.
So we're expecting those kids, though, to come back and,
I don't think that those kids will come back. What we found out is we had people who were driving all the way from Lackland, coming over here, dropping off their students,
okay.
leaving them all day, and then coming back at the end of the day, picking them up, but they didn't meet the qualifications to be in pre-K. But because we accepted pre-K for all free, then they could just bring them over.
Any other questions? Ms. Ryan?
So is that note on the bottom where it says K through 5 only, or this was everybody?
No, that was just for the asterisk that you see on the
Just the
number,
asterisk
total number for
Wortham.
Wortham Oaks. Yes,
Okay, which
that
is-
772 are just students
Which is
enrolled in
their-
K-5 at Wortham.
Okay, which was their pre-K through their 5, excluding their 6.
Oh, you know what, you're right, that is a typo. It
Okay,
is
all right.
pre-K through 5.
Sorry, I just
My
wanna make-
apologies for that.
No, no worries.
I was thinking in terms of the campus not having a sixth
You were
grade.
trying
I
to
wanted to
exclude the
denote that did
sixth
not have the
graders.
sixth grade
Okay,
number, so
okay.
you are absolutely correct. That is a mistake, and that was my mistake to not put
But
the
it
P,
includes the
not put the P there. But the 772 includes their pre-K
Okay,
students as
just
well.
fifth
Yes,
grade and
all
below.
of those numbers include the pre-K
Okay,
students.
thank you.
And Dr. Gosh, is there any idea what our pre-K for SA has in terms of any of our students at their centers?
I
Just
have
the
not
students?
looked at the numbers from pre-KSA or spoken with them. Perhaps, I don't know if Dr. Saunders
Just-
has from the early ed, that's more on the instructional side, but we're
it-
certainly happy to look into it.
Well, it's obviously not imperative, but that is obviously a program that would drain students, and I think there's a collaborative spirit with pre-K for SA. So, all right, thank you.
Absolutely.
I am going to make a note about that. Check into pre-K for SA. Okay, gotcha, thanks. So when we talk about leveling and capping, I just want to be really clear about the difference between the two. So leveling is something that happens at the campus level. And since we have a room full of principals, I think I would be remiss to say congratulations on a successful start to the school year and managing everything really well, guys. You did excellent. So leveling happens really at the campus level. So what you would do as a campus principal is you would kind of take a look at those first day numbers. I've got one class that's sitting at 12. I've got one class that's sitting at 19. I'm going to watch that for a day or two, and then if I need to, I'm going to start moving students so that I can level that grade level. Another thing that may happen is you may realize you don't have enough kids in one grade level, let's say fourth grade, to be able to sustain 4 fourth grade teachers. So then what you could do at the campus level is you could move one of those teachers to another grade level that needs an additional spot. So that's leveling that would happen at the campus level. We do leveling as well at the district level. So for example, if we had a campus that had an FTE, I'm going to use Rolling Meadows, it's a really good example. They had large pre-K numbers last year. So they didn't sustain as many units as they had for the 22 year as they did the 23 year. So what they did was we took some of those teachers from those pre-K units and we were able to use them in other early childhood classrooms across the district. I believe, and Ms. LaRue, if I get this wrong, I want you to help me out. She had 2 teachers that went from her campus that taught pre-K last year to other campuses within the district that they're now teaching pre-K or kinder at. So we were able to keep it as close as possible. So then that's leveling at the district level. Then the next step would be capping. So there's a lot of pieces that go into capping. Number one thing that I think we run into is facilities. So not all campuses have the ability to add additional FTEs because they don't actually have the space. So then what that looks like is connecting with the campus principal, walking the campus, seeing if there's a situation where we could possibly put 3 or 4 RTI teachers in one classroom so that we could open up an additional space. I think Woodlake Elementary is a perfect example of that. They are using every square inch of their campus to open up additional spaces, and we've just reached capacity. There's not another classroom that we could open there. So then when you take a look at these numbers, it kind of gives you, or this information, it kind of gives you an idea about how that process worked. So as we went through the leveling and capping, we realized we have students, we have space, but we need a teacher. We can't collapse a classroom from another campus and move a teacher over. We cannot do any more leveling at the campus level. So what we need to do is we need to give this principal an additional FTE so that they can go out and seek a person to fill that, what we'll call a vacancy at this point, because we're giving them the FTE, go find someone, let's hire, let's get it filled as soon as possible. Then when you looked at capped campuses, you can see Pashaw Monolingual is completely capped. They are not taking any more students. And I'm going to say that a little bit in air quotes because that's not a hard line. You will have students come, you will have students go. So there is a possibility that Ms. Davila could take one kiddo in 3rd grade as opposed to moving that student to another campus. That's a little bit of that kind of daily enrollment changes just a little bit, so the campus principal really monitors that. Now remember, Pashaw has 2 programs on their campus. They have monolingual and bilingual.
So the monolingual students, that has been capped. They are directed to another campus. It's the same thing for their bilingual program. Hartman is capped in pre-K4, which means they cannot take any students in pre-K4. They also don't have the capacity, the building capacity to take any more students in pre-K4. And then Woodlake, as we saw, largest growth, 73 students, I think, compared to last year. They are capped in all grade levels. And again, I want to say capped in air quotes, because there is a little bit of that movement from daily enrollment where the principal could possibly take one student 1 week and not be able to take any students the next week. The reason why I tell you that is because it's important for anyone who's watching, especially families, to know that that enrollment changes. And so it could be that a campus could take one student in one grade level on 1 week, and by the next week, they cannot take any students whatsoever. Then we did combine some pre-K3 classes. So what we tried to do was think logistically as far as where they're located in the district and what makes the most sense. So pre-K3 at Olympia, I believe, opened with 5 students in the AM and 5 students in the PM. Clearly, that's not sustainable. So what we did was we met with those families and said, hey, we have an option for you. We're not going to house pre-K3 here at Olympia, but you are more than welcome to attend the pre-K3 unit at Coronado. We'll help you with the transition. We'll set up a special meet the teacher since it's after the time that that has occurred. And we did the same thing with Crestview to Ed Franz. Because what that does then is when we collapse that pre-K3 unit, it frees up an FTE. It also frees up a paraprofessional. Because remember, those pre-K units are staffed with 1 FTE and 1 paraprofessional. So then what we're able to do is a little bit like chess, right? We find out where the need is, and then we start to move professionals and paraprofessionals around the district. And again, I want to say kudos to those employees who've had to move from campus to campus. They have been incredibly gracious and respectful and professional. It has been very fluid. Any questions on that one? Yes.
Okay, so Woodlake
Yeah.
and Hartman were space issues, and is Pashal a space issue
Thank
or
you.
a person issue?
Pashal is a,
Are they also no more classroom? They don't have any?
it's a little bit of both. It's because there are 2 programs there.
Okay.
And it's very difficult to hire bilingual teachers right now.
yeah.
So for them, for the bilingual students, it's more of an issue of getting to them to where an FTE is already in place.
Yep.
But I will say, they are getting very close to a capacity issue.
Okay. Are we, I don't want to ask this question. It's just about, I mean, I know eventually we're going to redistrict in, obviously, fall of 2025, because we're going to be opening new schools, but these new schools are not affecting this area.
Well,
So this is going to be a problem next fall, too, because we're not tearing down houses and apartments, we're only building more houses and apartments.
but as we saw with the demographer in the growth and planning meeting, that they're coming in specific areas.
Yeah.
I would also say that the plan in fall of 2025 is to kind of do a full analysis, not just of the areas that we're creating the new middle school and the new elementary, but the entire district. And if we see a lot of building going on in the Elof area or in the Masters area, we could go ahead and start redrawing those attendance lines in those areas as well. So the mandate given to Mr. Guidry as we move forward with the Growth and Planning Committee is to start mapping that out with our demographer where we could redraw those lines across the district. And that way we can feed all of that out to the community when we get to fall of 2025. And it's just not moving the middle school in the elementary, but it's moving everybody across the board.
Yeah, because I'm worried about the strain on our transportation department, because if we cap you and you can't go to Pashal and we send you over to Candlewood, we have to bus you to Candlewood.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
So how many,
That is correct.
Yeah.
The good thing is about trying to get those logistically as close as possible is, especially for Candlewood and Woodlake, there's already bus routes that are there.
okay,
There's already bus routes that are established. So I was talking earlier about this being like a multi-layer process. There's also lots of departments that are involved in this, right? I'm not just sitting in a room and saying, you go here and you go here. It's like, hey, do you have a bus that's already here? Do you have this particular unit? Are you in a space where you can take siblings? Because when we talk about we're capped in 3rd grade, it could be a family of 4. And so we have to do a really good job of making sure that the family is taken care of. Again, I want to say principals have done an incredible job about communicating with each other so that families know exactly where they're being sent and what the availability is.
Ms. Eaton's whispering in here that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
answered a question, but I'll give you the floor. Go ahead, Ms.
You
Eaton.
answered my question. I was concerned about when we get a sibling group in and they're in, they actually live in the school district.
Yes, ma'am.
For that school, are we making every effort to, not have to send one of them?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's, the parents are in the driver's seat. It's their decision to make. I will give you an example at Olympia. The pre-K3 family, they sent their child to Coronado, but they kept the second and the third grader at Olympia because they know that when the child finishes pre-K3 or pre-K4, they're going to go right back. So, yes, ma'am.
So, but they made that decision.
Yes.
Working with us.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Faulkner?
She answered my question.
Okay. What, are there any other questions? So I would just like to add that the importance of all this discussion is because as you talk about the layers, I always feel the board is one layer that's left out of the process because we can really help in terms of the superintendent letting us know, hey, this is what the situation looks like. So, and I'll give an example. When we talk transportation, what more do we need to do in transportation to make what appears to be a disconnect from the management side now a strategic process in terms of budgeting or policy from the board side, so that we're able to help. And that's the team, right? That's the whole team working together. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes, sir. Dr. Fields, did you want me to go over the ins and outs of the pieces behind it, or we're good?
I think we're good to go.
Yes, sir.
I do
Yes, sir.
want to close out with, what was
Was
that?
that all your slides?
No.
It
it's
can
not
be.
all of them.
What
Do
I
you
meant
wanna
to
go
say
through
is, yes, it is. This is the last
I know Ms.
one.
Ryan is interested in the actual classroom,
Yes.
so let's go ahead and go.
Yes,
through it.
sir, absolutely. Okay, so the next few slides you're going to see are just a little bit more of the detail, right? I want to be really clear about when we say, it's real easy for us to sit in this space and say, we've given a principal an FTE, but actually finding a highly qualified person to fill that position is sometimes difficult. So you will notice on here in the notes where it says added para support. That is while we're in the process of securing an FTE, because we just cannot sit there for weeks and say, I've interviewed 10 people, I just cannot find anyone at this moment in time. So what we've done is we've added paraprofessional support in those classes that are sitting at those numbers, right? Just to give that extra layer of support while we're trying to secure an FTE. So I'm just gonna kind of click through these, and then you guys stop me if we want to talk about it, if there's a piece that you have a clarifying question on. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Spring Meadows, the fifth grade,
Yes, ma'am.
so there are 3 fifth grade classes and these are the numbers where they're at right now.
That is correct.
So they are now looking for an additional teacher.
FTE. Yes, yes, and that's as of Monday. And just to kind of remind you, there are some of these classes that a paraprofessional has been added to it as well. Now, when we talk about Spring Meadows, we have 2 problems there. Not problems, we have 2 opportunities. There is not another classroom available on this campus.
Physically
Physically
building
available. Now, Ms.
space. Oh,
Valderas does have 2 holding those FTEs, so we've got 2 vacant classrooms awaiting the hiring of those FTEs. But once those guys are hired, we will run the numbers again, and then more than likely, grade levels, if not the entire campus at Spring Meadows, is going to be capped, and then new students enrolling will be redirected to another campus. Yes, ma'am.
So when you say that you've added an FTE or a para, you mean you're looking to add?
So that means 2 different things. That means, yes, the principal has given the go-ahead to start hiring. In some cases where it says added para support, we're able to send one of those additional pre-K3 paraprofessionals that we talked about earlier directly to the campus. So the principal does not have to hire a paraprofessional at that point. We had a paraprofessional that we were able to take from one campus and deliver to another campus. Ms. Balderas, if I get this wrong, help me out. I believe she has paraprofessionals going from Olympia to Spring Meadows to offer support because we closed down that pre-K3 unit at Olympia and sent them to Coronado Village.
I'd like to reemphasize what Dr. Saunders talked about earlier. When we went through the staffing, we staffed at 21 to 1. We've committed ourselves to try and get to a 21-to-1, but as you can see, it's more than just adding an FTE. To go out and find someone to work in that capacity is a much more difficult task. And then with emergent bilingual and special ed, because we're going to talk about that later, this isn't a San Antonio issue. It's not even a Texas issue. It's a national issue. Special ed is hard to find right now, and we're doing all we can to pull people in, but I just want to commend the principals, and I definitely want to commend those teachers who said, I work for the district, I don't work for a particular campus, I'll serve wherever you need me, and they just got up and went happily. That's huge. That's huge. So thank you to all of you guys that are working with us as we move through this process and trying to make sure that we're taken care of.
Yeah, definitely.
I
Ms.
didn't
Ryan?
unplug it.
Nice try, Dr. Swan. Not getting off that easy.
What can I say?
Just the last slide.
You're going to ask me about fifth grade Were the Mokes.
No, I'm not. This
Okay.
is my kid's in a really little class, so, but that's just coincidence, dual language. No, what I'm seeing on these those last three ones there is I'm seeing huge growth schools. So I'm seeing new houses, new apartments with people moving in every single day there. So I'm stressing now because we just opened a giant housing, just started moving in September 1st at Escondido, right? And Langdon and Canyon Crest and behind TPC is closing on houses every week at Wortham area. So these guys are already busting at the seams, and those are campuses that have historically seen much more onesies and twosies trickle in versus trickle out because of the new housing.
So the positive
What are we
behind
doing
that
there?
is that those campuses are built for those students, right? We're not talking about capacity issues at these campuses. So the conversation, and Dr. Fields is absolutely right about staffing at 21-to-1, but if you notice, we've got a class there, third grade at Escondido, 22, 22, 22, 23, 23. So the conversation we have is monitor, monitor, monitor.
Yeah.
And once we start triggering consistently 23, then we initiate another FTE, because once that other FTE drops in, then we're talking about 18 in a class.
Yep.
If we were to do it now, we're talking about 15 or 14 kids in a class. So we want to do two things, right? We want to balance the capabilities of how many kids are in the classroom and what is highly effective for instruction, but we also want to balance that with being fiscally responsible. So we're at that point where we're at monitor, 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 and if it consistently stays at that 22, 23, then we drop another FTE. And these campuses can support that with facilities, capacity-wise, that won't be an
Escondido
issue.
can? I thought Escondido was full. They're out of classrooms.
No.
Wortham's, I mean, they like.
In fact,
went
I
and
spoke
filled
to
up-
Miss Latino probably an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
They have,
sitting over there.
yes, they have two.
She's sitting in the office.
Okay.
Yes. There we go. She's got
All
three.
right, you got classrooms. Okay, that's not worry about. I know we're for Holland. If you need a portable, you've got to give us like 18 months of lead time on the portable. If you're not, don't call Ruben and ask him for a portable tomorrow. You're not getting it anytime soon. So, okay, yeah, I'm just worried because I see a bunch of very high growth areas there.
You make a good point, Ms. Ryan, but I'd ask that when you look at Escondido, we look at Converse, we look at Elof, we look at those areas around them, and if we were to tweak those lines, because Converse is not over in any area, if I'm correct?
Oh yeah, it's solvable.
Right.
It's
So-
solvable with lines.
So, see what I'm saying? So.
Oh, I know,
well,
it's solvable with lines.
Yes,
so-
ma'am. And we don't have to do a full wide, but we can look at that going into next
Yeah.
year.
Well, and some of this is just getting ahead because I think everybody, we all got caught off guard last fall. All of a sudden, there were just babies running around all these schools, and all of a sudden it was data came dropping like a bomb out of PEMS clerks, and we didn't know it. Nobody kind of saw it coming. So why I keep bringing this up every month is when we get to waivers come October and we get to snapshot, we've been watching this data as it has rolled out from the day before school started through September into October. We've been communicating to the public through these meetings, and everybody's been talking
Correct.
to each other, so I don't feel like we're caught off guard this year because we just keep looking at it over and over and over. So I know this is not the normal timeline, but I feel like everyone's got a much better understanding of what's going on. and everything we're doing to not have what happened last year happen this year.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
I appreciate that. Thank you. Well,
Are there any
go
other, are
ahead.
there any other questions from my colleagues? And I just will add too that the regularity in which we're seeing this does mean it's important to the board. So it's something that obviously it's important to all of us, but, it's important to the board too. So thank you all for working on this.
I just wanted to say real quickly that Dr. Gosh will be going to Washington DC next week to represent Judson ISD as a subject matter expert in ransomware to the Senate. So.
Well, congratulations, Dr. Gosh. So we're moving on to the agenda, and for the audience, don't think we're going to be asking what items are we going to keep on the consent rather than what we're going to pull, because it's going to be a lot. But there's a couple of things I just wanted to share with my colleagues. We're going to be pulling the regular item. This is per Dr. Fields, 6K, and it's on the discussion and action item, so we will not be discussing action item 6K. That'll be pulled. And then on the consent agenda, 5Q will be under legal consultation. We have our attorney coming to talk to us regarding that. So it'll be an item we'll put it on the discussion action and vote on it once we have our consultation with our attorney regarding that. So letter Q is not on consent. It'll be following our legal counsel discussion. And then the other thing for our audience, we're going to be pulling proclamations because sometimes we feel like we vote on consent, but we don't talk about how important the proclamations are. So we're going to be pulling them, and coincidentally, there are 7 proclamations. There are 7 of us, so we're all going to talk a little bit about each proclamation as we go through. So with that being said, let me know what you want to pull.
B and D.
B, is that Ms. Stanford? Yes. Okay. B and D. How about anyone else?
I'm going to pull U.
You? Okay. Yeah. All the proclamations. And any other items other than the proclamations? I understand the proclamations will be pulled, but any other items?
yes, Mr. Macias, can I pull E as in echo?
Yes, ma'am. Is that it? Okay. Ms. Canoyer, are you going to pull in?
I was going to pull a proclamation.
Okay.
So I'm pulling item V, as in Victor.
Yes. And I'm pulling W.
I'm pulling S.
I'm pulling T.
I'm pulling X.
I'm pulling R.
Gotcha. And that's for the record, so.
Okay.
It's all on record. We're pulling. Okay, so thank you for that. So at this point, it looks like what we will be voting on is consent item A, consent item C, consent item F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, and P.
I move that we approve the items as delineated by the board president.
Second.
Okay. We can go ahead and vote. Okay. So if you don't mind, we can go through the proclamations first, since we've all pulled them, and I'd like the audience to know what we're discussing. So let's go ahead and go with the proclamations first. And so, Ms. Ryan, you have letter R, so if you could start.
All right, I would like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for Family and Community Engagement Month, which states, Family Engagement Month is an opportunity to highlight and celebrate the important role of families in education and well-being of their children. Studies show that when families are engaged in their child's education, not only does student achievement improve, but the morale and effectiveness of teachers and administrators also improves. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as Family and Community Engagement Month and urge all to become familiar with the resources and services available within this district.
Thank you. So do you want to make the motion?
I motion to approve Agenda Item 5R, to approve Family and Community Engagement Month for October 2023.
Okay. Let's proceed with the vote. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ryan. That moves forward. So, Ms. Eaton, you have letter S.
I'd like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for Custodial Appreciation Day, which states, National Custodial Appreciation Day is a time to show our appreciation to those employees who keep our schools clean and running smoothly across the district for students and staff. A special thank you to all of our custodians for all of their hard work and dedication. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2nd, 2023 as Custodial Appreciation Day and urge the students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our custodial staff for their service and commitment to the Judson ISD employees and students.
Thank you. If you could read the motion.
I make a motion that we accept October 2nd, 2023 as Custodial Appreciation Day.
Second.
Let's go ahead and vote. That motion carries. Ms. Stanford, if you would not mind reading your proclamation on.
I'd like to read a condensed version of the Proclamation for American Indian Heritage Day, which states, American Indian Heritage Day is a day to recognize the historical, cultural, and social contributions made by American Indian communities and leaders in Texas. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim September 29th, 2023 as our American Indian Heritage Day and urge our community and all our citizens to observe this day with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. So I move that we make September 29th, 2023 American Indian Heritage Day.
Second.
Proceed to vote, please. Okay, that motion passes. Ms. Rodriguez?
I'd like to read a condensed version of the Proclamation for National Hispanic Heritage Month, which states, National Hispanic Heritage Month honors the cultures and contributions of both Hispanic and Latino Americans. This month-long celebration coincides with days in which many Central American countries celebrate their independence. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2023 as National Hispanic Heritage Month and urge our community and all our citizens to observe this with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And I move that we approve the item 5U to honor National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Second.
Oops, wrong direction.
Did you break it?
No, I did not break it. Go ahead and vote. Okay, thank you. Ms. Canoyer, if you could
Thank
read
you.
yours.
I am reading information about the proclamation for National School Bus Safety Week. National School Bus Safety Week is an active and evolving public education program and an excellent way for parents, students, teachers, motorists, school bus operators, school administrators, and other interested parties to join forces and address the importance of school bus safety. We send a special thank you to all of our bus drivers for keeping our students safe on the roads. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 16th through 20th, 2023 as National School Bus Safety Week and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our transportation team members for their service and commitment to Judson ISD employees and students. I move that we approve the proclamation declaring October 16th through 20th, 2023 as National School Bus Safety Week.
All right. Proceed to vote. That motion passes. So I have the distinction of reading my condensed version of the proclamation for Human Resources Professional Day. And this states that Human Resources Professional Day is celebrated to recognize and appreciate the hard work and dedication of human resource professionals who are vital to the district's efforts in recruiting, hiring, and retaining quality employees. We, the Judson Independent School Board, District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim September 26th as Human Resource Professional Day and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our human resource team members for their service and commitment to Judson ISD employees and students. And I move that we approve a resolution declaring September 26, 2023 as Human Resources Professional Day.
Second.
Let's vote. Okay, motion passes. And Ms. Faulkner.
As a breast cancer survivor and warrior, I would like to read the condensed version of this proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which states breast cancer is a rising public health concern and is the most prevalent form of cancer among women. October is dedicated to supporting those impacted by this disease, raising public awareness, and educating the community about early detection and treatment. We, the Judson Independent District School Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Engagement Month and encourage our community to join the activities that will encourage awareness of what individuals can do to prevent and control breast cancer and pay tribute to those who have lost their lives to this disease. So with that, I move that we, as a board, recognize the proclamation that proclaims October 2023 Breast Cancer Awareness Engagement Month.
Second. We all said.
Everybody said it.
Let's proceed to vote. And that motion carries. Thank you all for reading your proclamations. So the first item that we had on consent that was pulled was letter B by Ms. Stanford. So you have the floor.
Okay. No, I'm not going to go one by one. I just always like to pull these and let you know how much is in there, and I know you have access to this online too, but the total in this agenda item is almost 1.6 million. Of those, of that total, most of these are instructional, and most of them are coming from grant funds. With one exception, local funds is covering about almost $156,000 worth of band uniforms. So these are all items for kids. And one other exception is safety and security, which I just thought I would mention because it's part of House Bill 3, and it's $820,000 for installing impact-resistant film on all glass and all exterior doors in the schools. Some of that is being paid also through the school safety standards grant, and there's some money left over from that that's going to go into the other agenda item. It says it will take 6 to 8 months to complete this project. Do we have a completion date, Dr. Fields, or do you know?
We don't have a completion date right now. I can tell you that this was a mandate from the state for all of the school districts in the state of Texas. So there are a lot of people trying to get the resistant film. I can tell you that our options were 8 millimeter, which was the least that you could get. We went with the 13 millimeter because it adds 30 seconds. And we wanted to be able to provide whatever we could to our students and staff. And as you said, we'll be able to do that at all the campuses for about 800,000. And the, I apologize, yeah, and the money that's left over from the almost 1 million,
Yeah.
we'll use for the 10 police officers.
Yes.
And we've already have 3 recommendations that we're sending through and another person that we're waiting on their background check.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I had on that.
Ms. Ryan?
The first one I have a question on, and I know I've already talked to Dr. Fields about this, but I am concerned that we are going to change horses midstream on our curriculum when it comes with our sped kids.
Yes, ma'am.
We do Star Camp, and we have committed to be all in on our current curriculums, and we have chosen HQIMs to go with those.
Yes, ma'am.
And to teach a special education student Eureka all year long, which is an HQIM, and this is the way we do math and the 14 different ways we solve this problem, not one way. And then all of a sudden, right before STAR, we're gonna hold the STARS camp with special education children, take a non-HQIM book, which is very much known for drill and kill, you know, which Fort Ferrier is. And we did this PD, those of you who were here 5 years ago, everybody went to their Saturday PDs on Fort Ferrier. Whether that is the best mechanism when TA has a lot of guidance out there on how to do specially designed instruction, specifically using Eureka and Amplify for special education students. And when we submit our IMA each year, and I look at what our supplemental is for Tier 2 and Tier 3, I don't see these approved by our DSBC and not approved on our IMA. So if we're gonna use these for Tier 2 and Tier 3, then that should have been planned out and should have gone through the process, and it should have gone through the DSBC, been on the IMA, but I'm disinclined to want to support a non-HQIM when we have so much tailorability, especially with this population, that I don't want those kids getting confused because we taught them one way all year. And so I know there's a lot of places, iReady I'm probably less objectionable to because it's a nice computer thing, and I know we've done iReady before, but Fort Ferrier, I'm not a fan of that. I'll leave that open for y'all's input.
I'll speak quickly because I know that Dr. Toppin and Dr. Saunders want to speak on this topic. I would say that Tier 2 and 3 are supposed to be above and beyond. We are all in on Eureka and Amplify as we move through. But when we're looking at remediation, it's supposed to be above and beyond what we do at our core level. This is for students who fit that category. Dr. Toppin, Dr. Saunders, if you guys want to add to that.
I will just like to add that when we're talking about differentiation in the classroom setting, we have to start where kids are. And so although we're full speed ahead with Amplify and Eureka Math, but if we have a student that is 3 or 4 grade levels below where we are for Amplify and Eureka Math, we have to meet them where they are. There is scientific proof about the frustration level and working within that zone of frustration, but not to shut the kid down, but to provide an avenue to scaffold them to where we need them to go. So what we do, there's a lot of different products out there. They do a little bit of a better job with providing more stories, especially in the reading area. But sometimes we have to take a kid that is a 5th grader all the way back to 1st grade to start them where they're at to get them to where we need them to go. And so what we always do is not replacing our curriculum. It is another resource that we're attaching to what we're doing to get the kids to provide the differentiation that we need. And most of these products will work in what we call our resource classes where kids are significantly below their grade level. And so we use materials to introduce a concept to get them to where we need to be on level. And it's really about focusing on the growth of the child, because as a parent of a special ed student, I know for a fact, personally, that sometimes they will never pass the STAR test. But what I want to see for my child and what I wanted to see for him every year is that he was growing.
And sometimes that meant I had to take him down to get him up to where I need him to go. So what we're constantly doing, especially in special ed, is looking for ways that we can provide differentiation in the classroom, in addition to what we've already using as our adopted curriculum.
We've also used 40 Farrier in the past successfully in the school district, specific campuses that have used it to fidelity. And I know some of our principals can speak to that, specifically for our students who were performing below grade level. So it was used as a resource to help build our students up and build their schema and build up their basic skills so that they can continue with the Tier 1 instruction. So you don't stop with the Tier 1 instruction. This is an additional resource to supplement their learning.
And Dr. Fields, if I may, I wanted to add just a little clarifier on the IMA funds, since you asked about that. The IMA funds that we receive, those get denoted specifically for a lot of our core curriculum, and even within that, it may not necessarily cover all of it. So we have an instructional materials committee that does review those things, and some of these supplemental materials you aren't going to see coming out of IMA, simply so we can ensure that we have the standard curriculum for all students. So that would be one reason we see it come out of some of these other funds, and why it isn't really before IMA, because it isn't one of the things that we would review in terms of the funding for that, knowing we needed the standard textbooks for all of the other core subjects.
Thank you.
I don't think it's that, it just goes on your IMA. We may not use IMA funds, but it's just where we declare all of our supplemental things that we're gonna see in our classrooms. But I know I've also seen a lot of book rooms full of Ford Ferrier books that are not getting used all over the place, and $62,000 is a lot. And, you know, especially when it's tips and tricks, and it's a tips and tricks curriculum. I know some of y'all probably went through that training on those Saturdays too, and does not necessarily work well with all students. So, I'm not a supporter. I would prefer if we were using something that TA recommended for sped kids, or this had been thought about ahead of time, because we're spending a lot of money on special education this year, because we got a lot of kiddos type thing, and I'd rather, you know, throw more time with them. I know we're short of people. That will be a topic for a different agenda item too, but more time versus more workbooks that are not aligned with our core curriculum. And looking at TEA's SDI field guides, it looks like their intent is people stick with these HQIM. So that's just my opinion on that topic. I'm trying to look and see if I had anything else from any of the other. When we say 224 grant fund, what do we need there? Are you talking the IDEA money from federal? Are you okay, so that's not a grant. That's just our IDEA federal money we get for special education students, right? Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to use the word grant if it's not.
It is considered a federal grant, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's a federal grant.
Title is also considered federal grants. Title 1, 2, 3, and 4 are considered
Okay,
ESSER
is there
grants.
a federal grant for dyslexia, or that's our dyslexia allotment from state funds? Because we get a dyslexia
State,
allotment for state.
dyslexia, state.
Is that 100% state that we have to use that million? That one's.
But we also did, I will say, we also did
also got
receive a
a grant.
dyslexia grant in addition to the dyslexia.
In addition to the
Yes,
weighted
state
allotment?
mandated program, correct.
We received an additional grant that we applied for.
Okay,
And
so
we-
this one's coming out of the grant, not our.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, not of our state funds, okay.
Correct.
I'll release the mic, somebody else has questions.
Is there anyone else has questions? Ms. Faulkner?
I do have a question. So I did some research, and I just have some questions on the nursing for our sped students. Because if I read it, I'm reading it that we're providing private skilled nurses. And
Yes, ma'am. We provide the private nurses that we hire to address the needs, the special ed needs of our students that meet that criteria
Through this contract.
through this contract. And so we have to contract these individuals to attend school with our students and stay with them the entire day and provide the nursing services that they need during the school day.
that is, correct me if I'm wrong, that's not a federal mandate, because
It is if it's written into the child's IEP. And in these particular cases, it's going along the lines of suctioning the G-tube, all of those things that we would not have a teacher do or an aide
Right.
do during the school day, because these are our children that have significant health needs.
Right.
And so they have to, most of the time, they're wheelchair bound, and they have to have somebody with them all day long.
Right.
And so if it's written into their IEP, we are required by law to provide it.
Okay, because my frame of reference is not this district, and
Yes.
we did not provide private nursing. It was provided through the doctor and Medicare and the
Now, we
parents.
do reimbursement through our SHARs.
Okay.
So we do get reimbursed for some of the services that we offer. We get reimbursed the money that we put out. But we've seen an increased number of students that are coming in with very significant needs. And we're required by law to supply.
Okay, so I guess the next question leading me to that is the IEP, is the medical professional involved in the in the writing of the IEP?
Yes, ma'am, we have
Okay.
to request permission to.
Get records?
Yes, to get references from the doctor or whatever the diagnosis is. We have to request that as part of the ART process.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
I mean, these are pretty big dollar amounts. Are we having that many parents denying giving their Medicaid information under SHARs? Or are most of these kids not Medicaid? Because we should be getting reimbursed, any of these kids who qualify under Medicaid, those SHARs agreements we have should be getting us reimbursed at our costs. Or are we paying too much for nurses, more than what Medicaid allows? Or are people denying giving up their Medicaid information?
This is also coming out of a grant fund that we get from the state in order to meet the IEP qualifications for the students that we are servicing here in the district. We do the SHARs and to be reimbursed from Medicare for the kiddos that fall under that.
Yeah.
But not every kid is getting Medicare. So we have to, when we're talking about it, I don't understand all the financial parts of it, because I don't handle that piece. I handle the IEP part of it. So I do know that we have to go through every year and do paperwork for reimbursement through SHARs from Medicare. But I also know that we have to contract with several agencies, not just for nursing, but also for OT, for PT, where you have specialized individuals that are working with kids with significant needs, and it's written into their IEP. And because those individuals can make more money outside of a school in the private sector, most of the time we cannot hire them for the school district. So we have to use our grant funds from the federal and state government in order to provide those services to our students.
Well, and we have to contract out for it.
Yes, we contract out several things.
And I did want to caution, I mean, obviously, this is to approve an agenda item for 50,000 or more. Some of this is going much deeper than the actual agenda item itself. So, Ms. Ryan, if there is another future item to the agenda to go deeper into this, we certainly can. But I just want to make sure that we stay on the approval for 50,000 plus and leave it at that level. Are there any other questions related to any of the items on the 50,000 plus agenda? Ms. Stanford, if you don't mind reading the motion. Your mic.
Yes. Make a motion that we approve the expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
Second.
Please proceed to vote. Ms. Foster. Okay. The motion passes 6-1. Ms. Stanford, you also have the next item D, regarding budget amendments. You have the
Right.
floor.
Right. So in this one, I'm focusing on budget amendment number 2 for a total of, let me see, 2.8 million. Most of that has been budgeted, but 350,000 of it is going to have to be an addition or an amendment to the budget, and that is to cover the additional 10 police officers that we have to hire per House Bill 3. And I thought it was important to bring this to your attention because last month we voted to extend that, our time on meeting that. And there was some concern, and Ms. Canoyer tried to assure everyone with her statement that we're just only extending the time. We're going to definitely be focusing on this, and this is proof that we are focusing on this because you said, Dr. Fields, that you've hired 3 so far?
Recommendations for 3 police officers, and another one we're waiting on a background check. And you're absolutely correct. We went to the state and asked for the exception. And, but, as Ms. Canoyer had stated, we were going to work diligently on getting the 10 officers in. This allows us just to complete that process if we can get those individuals hired. So I know that Chief and her team is actively out there trying to recruit for those positions, and they're really doing a great job coming up with 4 individuals in such a short time to recommend to the board for hire.
Well, I thank you for that. I think that's really good for us to hear and to know that you're working hard to fulfill that. So that's the only question, or actually not question, but the only observation I wanted to make.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan?
Oh, I just want a point of clarification on House Bill 3. Police officers were not required. We were given some options. Police officers is what the majority of the board chose to fill the positions with. School resource officers and other things were options. So I just wanted to make sure that what was in House Bill 3 was clear.
You're absolutely correct.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Ms. Stanford, if you'd read the motion.
Then I move that we approve the, attached amendments to the budget for the 2024 fiscal year.
Second.
Please proceed to vote. Okay, that motion carries. And the next consent, and I think at our last consent item, Ms. Ryan, you had that pulled, so you have the floor.
So I know this person wanted to stay anonymous, but I kind of hope for a moment he or she or they are listening tonight, because I did not want this to just go through consent. We have had someone out there in the community who I'm guessing is an avid football or band competition person who has watched our trailer from our newest high school come rolling in and seen what some of the trailers from other the high schools come rolling in. I go to every home game, so I see them all rolling in. And we want our kids to hold their heads high when they go rolling in all over this state, because they go to competitions and they go to football games. And those parents follow them around, the band daddies, the band mommies, and everything. And so someone has seen fit to anonymously donate $132,000 so that our newest high school can get a trailer so that they can roll around the state with that patriot pride that we know is in their hearts. We know those kids walk around like that, but now they're just gonna have the shindigs to go with it. So if you are watching out here, you know who this person is and you can get it back to them on behalf of the Judson ISD School Board, the whole district, and proud patriot families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
So
recognizing.
I motion that.
Hold on, I got Ms. Canoyer. Ms. Canoyer, go right ahead, please.
I just wanted to point out that Mr. Bruni, the band director from Veterans Memorial High School, is standing in the back of the room, and I know he's very excited to see this item come forward. So I want to thank you for all that you do, and I want to thank whoever that anonymous donor is. People do a lot for us, and the fact that somebody would do this and ask for the anonymity means a lot. So thank you, whoever you are, and if there's anybody else who'd like to do something like this, we'd be more than happy.
Well, thank you, too.
All right, then you make the motion, Ms. Ryan?
Yes, I motion that we accept the anonymous $132,000 donation to be allocated to the Veterans Memorial Band trailer.
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries. Okay. We'll go ahead and proceed to our discussion items. And again, I think I mentioned it last month that I try to keep a time frame on where we should be on the agenda. And I had us here at 8:15. It's 8:18 for the record, so we're close. We're close where we need to be on the agenda. So let's go ahead and take the first item, discussion and consider action. The discussion and possible action regarding approving the adoption of the 2023 tax rate for Judson Independent School District.
This is what we went over earlier. We just stand ready for any questions that you guys may have. But we're just asking that we go ahead and adopt that tax rate.
Any questions? No. I appreciate the presentation earlier, Ms. Davis. All right, let's go ahead and proceed to vote.
You got to make a
I
motion.
move that we approve the tax rate as presented. Is there a specific motion language that needs to be read for this particular thing? Okay. I move that the property tax rate be decreased by the adoption of a tax rate of 1.22 cents, or $1.22, I guess, which is effectively a 3.93% decrease in the tax rate.
I believe you're reading last year's.
Here you go.
Okay,
Miss-
so, sorry.
on the agenda.
Here you go.
Thank you.
That's the
Okay.
recommended motion.
I'll read the actual motion. I move that we adopt a maintenance and operations tax rate of $0.6692 and an interest and sinking rate, tax rate of 0.3654 for a total tax rate of $1.0346. Yes.
A second.
That's, sorry about that.
Good girl.
Thank you. Please proceed to vote. Ms. Stanford? Ms. Canoia?
I'm sorry.
Okay. The motion carries. Thank you. That's quite all right. So letter B, discussion and take possible action regarding approved adjustments to the 23-24 compensation plan. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. These are just a few minor corrections. We went through and corrected the new board members and the information associated with existing board members in terms of titles. The addition of the 10 police officers in pay grade 101 at 187 days, addition of 10 days for one of the bilingual secretaries who were currently at 216 days when everyone else in the department was at 226. We also added on the SPED lead coordinator. That wasn't in the compensation plan, although it was a position that a person was occupying in the district. And then clarifications on the incentive eligibility guidelines, and then a typo where our middle school assistant coaches typically get $1,500 in a stipend, and this one said $1,000 in a stipend. So those are the changes that we put to the compensation plan. We're just asking for approval to update it.
Ms. Ryan?
I have a question on something that you didn't change, but only because it was on an earlier agenda item. So we already approved the Reading Academy cohort. It was on consent, right? So, and I know when you and I talked, those are 10 professional development days, and we give sub money to the principals for those guys to go to their 10 Reading Academy professional development days, right?
Let me clarify something. You asked, or you said we give money to principals for them to go.
I'm sorry, the sub money.
Yes.
Like district funds, the
Yes.
sub funds.
You scared me
That
for a
doesn't come
second
out-
there.
Sorry,
Yes.
you don't give them money to go. No, no, no.
Yes, yes.
So we eat that sub bill for 10 days for each of these Reading Academy cohort people. So then I'm confused. What's a Reading Academy cohort teacher, 226 days? Are they working, people who are in the Reading Academy in?
I believe that's our
working
cohort leader.
Year-round?
Is it listed as teacher? It's the
It's
Reading
on the
Academy.
teacher pay scale, we have
Yes.
Reading Academy teacher cohort. So they're
That's
here
our-
all summer on 226?
That is our cohort leader. Yes, because we
Oh, the
have.
cohort leader.
Yes, because we have cohorts that go all year long. And what I mean by that is that one particular cohort might not go all year long, but they do overlap each other. So for
Okay.
example, we have one that starts in June,
Okay.
may finish up in January, or another one starting in January. So they're spaced out because, based on the MOU, you can only have 60 participants per cohort.
Okay.
So we have to spread them out. So what you see on the compensation plan is the cohort leader.
Okay, because I thought what we had approved was paying Region 20 to be our cohort leader.
No, no.
Okay. I guess I'm confused on what we just approved, but that's, okay, I'll ask next time. Yeah, because I thought we're paying them $12,000 to run a cohort, so. All right, nope, I was just trying to figure out, so that's a person who works at district,
Yes,
but is on the teacher pay scale?
correct.
Okay. So they get all the teacher, never mind. All right, we'll take that up in next.
Yes,
next
ma'am.
year. Got it, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I move that we approve the adjustments to the 2023 and 2024 compensation plan.
Second.
Please proceed to vote. Okay. Motion carries. We're on 6C, discussion and take possible action regarding approval of the ranking for request for competitive sealed proposal 23-03, PAC theatrical equipment replacement. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This speaks to the PAC. We were saying that we were renting the lights and soundboard for the PAC. This will allow us to correct that. The entire sound system in the theater, the recital hall, the black box, the stage lights for the main stage, the recital hall, and switches for those light systems, and the new soundboard would be what would, we'll be able to, kind of a turnkey deal where they go in, fix it, and now you can use it for any type of production. But currently, we're renting all that stuff for the students to be able to participate.
Okay. Ms. Ryan?
Unless I missed in these documents, I didn't understand what the difference between the scope of work on the base was and then the 4 alternates you're asking us to consider.
So Mr.
And the dollar amounts didn't match up. So what's on the front says 2.272, but if I'm at a base of 2.1 or with all the
I think you're adding the
alternates,
contingency,
2.3, I didn't know where it
the
was at.
contingency.
We have Mr. Lounge here,
Oh.
so he's the architect.
Real quickly, the alternates are, the first one, the high dollar one, is for lights that are movable, so they're, they can, in the theater, they can rotate them and do, aim them while they're in performance. So that's alternate on one. All the rest of our alternates are the loose equipment, so that's like the wireless mics and things like that. And each of the performance spaces. So it's the theater, the black box, the ensemble. It's all what we call, or what the theater experts call loose equipment. So that was bid as an alternate. The district has some now, but this way we're starting with all brand new, basically.
Any other questions?
So what is the 2.272 then that's on the agenda? I'm just trying to figure out what we're approving.
Yeah, so that's.
2.272 or 2.385? I don't know.
Yeah, it's.
It says 2.272 for the complete installation of the equipment, with the 5% contingency, which would be another 113.
Yeah, so it's in the project is everything, basically, base bid and all the alternates, and then the facilities department has a contingency they've
Okay,
added
that's
on.
just our self-built-in
Correct.
contingency.
Correct.
Okay, oh, okay, all right, thanks. I just didn't do the math there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Ryan, you want to read the motion?
Okay, I motion to, where am I on? Approve the ranking of the request competitive sealed proposal 23-03 for PAC theatrical equipment replacement.
Second. Okay, please proceed to vote. Okay. Motion carries. 6D, discussion and take possible action regarding the approval of the ranking for the request for proposal 23-06, district-wide access control and security camera cabling, purchase and installation services. Dr.
sir.
Fields?
And these would be camera placements that have been designated by admin and technology around the district, and access control for doors that have been identified as well, correct?
Yes, sir. So this is specifically for the placement of additional access control panels across the district, which will include the wiring and the cabling associated with that. The camera project is already underway, and that is with another vendor. This is more for the security cabling for any future that we may have, but specifically, this is for the doors. So utilizing the district maps for access control, we've reviewed through our safety and security audit, as well as our own walkthroughs within our department, provided those maps to the Judson PD and also the principals to review that. And we identified locations that are entry and exit points that are commonly used, and identified those doors that are used for traffic in order to increase the numbers of access control panels to make the campus safer, to reduce the number of keys. It does not include all doors in the district. In fact, that would not even be our recommendation to do all doors in the district. We have many doors on our campuses that are specifically designed strictly for exit in the event of a fire or an emergency to get out of the building, but they are not doors that we should have easy access to. And so it does provide additional security by allowing those doors to stay closed. So this is the funds to add to that and to ensure that we have all of the cabling installed, because it is quite pricey. In many cases across the district, we have some locations due to some value engineering in the past where access control was supposed to go, but nothing was actually run to it. So we have quite a bit of electrical work to go there. I will state that if you look at the proposal, the one that was selected was not the lowest bid. However, based on the amount of detail that the company provided, and we do have a prior relationship with them, and they have been very much on target with their other jobs with us, but also the amount of detail that they provided in terms of what they were going to need far and exceeded any of the other bids, and that led the committee to believe this was a better choice in terms of utilizing the district and the bond funds for that. We will still have some bond funds in the allocation that we made for access control left in the bond, should we need to add any at a later point. I will also note that since we reviewed everything when we initially went out for access control last year when we replaced the existing, we purchased at that time the number of access control card readers that we believed we would need in order to just install this project. We are aware, based on the modifications by doors added by principals stating this is a place we need to have one, as well as additional reviews with PD, that you may see us come back and ask to purchase some additional card readers. But there is ample funds left in the bond after this install in order to purchase those additional readers.
Ms. Ryan?
Oh, I think you kind of answered it, that in your giant pot of money technology spend plan for the bond, this is within your tolerance numbers, that you are going to get everything done with the money you have.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Ms. Eaton?
Dr. Gosh, are we going to have enough left for our 2 additional schools?
Yes, in fact, those are actually built into the building projects of those schools, so that is all being planned for through the actual construction documents that will go out, when we will buy card readers for that at the time, but all the wiring and all of the things for that, and we have additional funds in a different pot to handle those campuses. So absolutely, they will have the latest and greatest once those are built.
I have another question, but it's a security question, so I'm going to ask you offline.
Absolutely, I'll be
Okay.
happy to answer.
Any other questions? Okay. I move that we approve the ranking for request for proposal 23-06, district-wide access control and security camera cabling purchase and installation service. Motioned and seconded. Please proceed to vote. Okay, motion carries. Now, I do want to recognize that our legal counsel has arrived, and we've made it down this far on the agenda so that we're not, continuing to pay our attorney to sit there. I'd like to go ahead and move that we address the closed session items. Would that be okay with my colleagues to do that? Okay. Then at this point, I'm going to go ahead and get the closed session agenda so that we can go into closed session. So, yeah. So we're going to go into closed session at 8:34. And we're going to be discussing, sorry, take that hammer back. We're going to be discussing a couple of things that I need to put on record for the closed session. So we'll be pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel and personnel reports, updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, to include the Executive Director of Facilities. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties and roles and responsibility. Letter C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to the resolution regarding employee absences and funeral, and also Texas Government Code Sections 5.071 related to discussion of approving an amendment for the current Judson ISD District of Innovation Plan, seeking an exemption from the Texas Education Code 37006.036 as related to House Bill 114. Okay, we're now going into closed session at 8:35.
Sorry, Ann.
The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is now 9:44 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. So we're going to go ahead and look at our closed session agenda. And pursuant to Government Code 55.071, we're going to discuss and approve. So may I have a motion on the personnel report, please?
I move that we approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Second.
So let's go ahead and proceed to vote on the personnel report, please. Okay, that motion is approved. We took no action or discussion on the board members. So now we're going to look at the agenda item regarding the resolution for employee absences for funerals.
I move that we approve the resolution related to employee absences for funerals.
Second.
Proceed and vote. There we go. I tell you, man. Thank you. So that is approved. So we did take one item out of consent, and we put it in closed session too, so I'd like to just wrap up that last item. So consider and take action regarding approving an amendment to the current Judson ISD District of Innovation Plan, seeking an exemption from the Texas Education Code 37.006.036 as related to House Bill 114. So,
You want me to start off?
yeah, Dr. Fields, go ahead.
Basically, what we're asking here is that, according to the new Texas Education Code, that students who were found in possession of a e-cigarette vape, even if it has nicotine in it, is a required DAEP placement. Prior, it used to be if you had THC or some type of illegal drug in the electronic cigarette, then it was a required DAP placement. Now we're being told that in possession of any electronic cigarette would be a DAP placement. As we sat down and talked about this, we took it to our District of Innovation Committee and explained that if a student were to have a pack of cigarettes, that wouldn't be the outcome, but that would be nicotine as well. So the recommendation was, it was voted in majority or approval, almost unanimous of the people who responded, that they felt like other things could be done. We could have them go into ISS, we could have them get suspended for 3 days, but there were other consequences that could happen prior to a DAEP placement. So that is the recommendation being made to the board, and we just stand ready to answer any questions. And
Is there any?
Yeah,
Well, Ms.
Dr.
Stamp-
Fields, could
Ms.
you just define all the ramifications of being considered an at-risk student? Once
Ye-
they go into this placement, they're considered at risk until they graduate.
Yes.
So what are the ramifications?
I would defer to Dr. Toppin and let her talk about it. I know that once you're assigned as at-risk, the whole concept of at-risk is 13 indicators. And once you're labeled as at-risk, it's supposed to be labeled as at-risk of not graduating. Now, I'm not confident that everybody who gets that moniker from a DAEP placement, I've had a valedictorian go to alternative school once, made a bad decision at the end of the game. Definitely not in jeopardy of not graduating because he was the valedictorian, gave up that position once he went. I can tell you that at the campus, oftentimes, if not always, in athletics, if you go into a DAP placement, you're not allowed to come back and participate in whatever extracurricular activity you may be involved in. So those are things that you give up as well. Dr. Toppin, Dr. Saunders, would you have anything to add?
I think that some of the other ones that you look at, you have 13 indicators. Some of them it depends on what the indicator is. So say, for instance, one of them says that you can be considered at risk if you are pregnant or a parent. That's not gonna go away because you're never not going to be a parent once you have a child. But you can have ones that say that if you are in a residential facility during the current school year, then you would be considered at risk, and that will take it off. So when you're looking at the DAP, it says specifically if you are considered at risk because of a DAP placement in the previous year or the current year. So it looks like you're gonna have like a two-year window that you would be considered at risk.
Mind if I add something?
Yes.
And I think part of your initial question was, what does that indicate when someone is at risk? The component behind that is it starts to trigger additional services for
Yes.
students. So additional counseling services or additional instructional interventions. So, and that at-risk indicator can happen as early as age 4. So if you are not scoring appropriately on a pre-K assessment, you could be labeled at risk. The whole point is to alert anyone who may have educational access to this student, hey, we need to have extra eyes, we need additional support, we need to lean in.
Any other questions, Ms. Stanford? No?
Are there any negative ramifications? Because
I can tell you that as a high school principal, kids have left me and gone on to college. That does not follow you. What follows you is if you break the law and then get put into jail or something like that. But anything that happens at the high school level, whether you get suspended and all of that, doesn't follow you to college.
One thing to consider, ma'am, for the campus, if the students are with us during snapshot, but they happen to be at a DAEP placement during testing, then the accountability score would not count for the campus if they are students that are, so this is from a different perspective, from an accountability perspective. That's something to consider, depending on the type of student.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, so, this is anecdotal evidence, but I work with a lot of teachers, and a lot of them have been telling me that younger and younger students are coming to school with electronic cigarettes. And I don't agree with an automatic DAEP placement for students of any age, but particularly for our youngest students. And this doesn't, what's being proposed doesn't say we can't send them to DAEP. That is still a choice that is on the table if that's the right choice for that student's discipline and for them to change their behavior. But I do not agree with an automatic DAP placement and support this amendment to our District of Innovation plan.
Thank you. Ms. Faulkner?
The thing I'm struggling with is, as elected officials, we create policies. And we're sitting here listening to elected officials who created a law, and we're saying that we're not going to follow it. Now, I'm not saying I'm against it. I am for the plan, but at the same time, I am a person in the field of PE and health that worked on this bill to get it passed for years, because of the increase and in students that we see and the long-term health effects. And so I really caution us as a board to continue down this road getting exemptions when there are people in the field of education, there are parents working to make the legislature hear what's going on in our schools. So with that being said, as long as there is a strong message being sent, and I shared this, even signage. I was at another district this week. They have signage throughout the entire campus, warning of what will happen if you are caught vaping, the end. I mean, it is everywhere. I have pictures of it. At the same time, today I subbed in alternative school where I had 2 fifth-grade boys who had been caught with THC vaping, and they were in alternative school for 20 days. Never been in trouble before. So I see both sides, but I just wanted to make this heard that it's really a hard decision, but I don't want us to set a precedence of going against every single thing that the state of Texas brings to us, because we don't have the facilities, we don't have the people, whatever. I mean, because any district could come up with a list of excuses for any mandate that is put forth to us, so.
I can say, Ms. Faulkner, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I can say, Ms. Faulkner, that I used to be over the DOI, and there is a long laundry list of different things that people ask for. For years, our only ask was to be able to start earlier the school year, and then all of the other stuff came in, but we've already asked for 3 other exemptions, or 4 other exemptions. I get what you're saying. I can tell you this, and I didn't want this to be a factor, but currently our alternative school is not in a comprehensive campus, and I'm not confident that we have the space available at our alternative school to be able to house 50 more students for this particular. Would you agree, not agree?
No, I would agree with you, sir. I mean,
Dr. Toppin?
I agree.
So we will find ourselves in that situation where if students commit violent offenses, we're going to pull the students who are over there for vapes and put them back in an ISS or campus environment. And then when those students finish their placement, then we're going to move the students who need to go to finish their vape back to the campus, which is going to be difficult in terms of relating their consequence to their action if it's 2 or 3 months after it happened. But we will find ourselves in that situation based on the room availability.
Yes, sir, and I know Dr. Fields, last year we did run into that situation where this wasn't even part of it, and we were limited on space last year as well, towards the end of the year.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
Along some of the similar lines from that Ms. Faulkner already talked about, which is we are an apolitical body corporate who doesn't play Austin politics. We're not allowed to. And that's why we're elected without political affiliation. And whether we like what the people in Austin decide and make into their laws, it's not up to decide if we want to do Judson ISD civil disobedience and just say we don't want to follow a law because we don't personally believe in it. If we want our laws changed, then people can go up to Austin and call their senators and their congresspeople and do that. So I don't want to become a loophole district where we just contact attorneys and see if we can find some end run around the things that we are supposed to do. You know, innovation districts were not created to be loopholes for laws. They were created to come up with educational innovations for our children. And we, if you look at the ones that we have, what innovations do we have? We've extended our school year because we want to have more professional development opportunities throughout the year. So if we start 2 weeks earlier, we can have a few more breaks and add more PD days for our teachers. We did a teacher certification in our DOI plan because the other option was we were going to have 32 to 34 kids in a class if we didn't have that. That was educationally beneficial to our children. We moved the shack over to the DSBC because we wanted as many parents as possible to be involved in the education of our children. So if we put it with the DSBC, this is better for our kids because DSBC has kids. So everything so far this district has put in their DOI has truly been educationally innovative and best for our children. And to now try, and this isn't even an example even given of one of the things that you can do an innovation plan, because they list a number of things that people normally do with that. The other concern is that the major districts around us, Northside, NEISD, Schertzible, they're not doing this. They are currently complying with the law. There's a few small districts and a few people trying to stick their neck out there and do things different. I'm not sure if I want us to be the forerunners in this. If all of a sudden there's 50 to 60% of the districts all around San Antonio are doing something different, then I think that's a different conversation. But if everyone else around us is already complying with it, I'm not sure why Judson has to be different, and why we can't just comply with it. And I don't know how many kids we had vape last year. I believe the DSBC was told there were only a total of 114 total last year, or something like that was the number. So they were led to believe that DAP was not gonna fill up, because they were given some pretty low numbers. And from a personal standpoint, I will tell you, as the mother of 2 graduates of high schools in this district and 2 that are currently in high schools, they are sick and tired of having to spend 6 minutes walking across the campus to find a bathroom that they can go in the bathroom in. Yesterday, every single bathroom in that high school was hotboxed. You don't know what that means? 10 kids go in there, close the door. It's like smoking in your car with the windows up. They had to go all the way to the other side of the building and use a bathroom by the police officer's office. That's not fair to my children. And I'm not saying the school district did anything wrong. I'm not saying, sorry, Dr. Arredondo, it's not your fault, you're trying. What I'm saying is, these children who are doing this are interfering with the educational enjoyment of the other children in the school. And we have tried to stop this for years and years and years. And whatever we've been doing, the government finally said it's not working. We've given you a chance to fix this, and your bag of Skittles and a pamphlet on vaping, it's not working. It's just not working. We've had a chance to fix this, and nothing we've done has worked so far. So now someone wants to step in and explain it's better. And so I can't really blame that there are parents and teachers so frustrated out there, because enough's enough. Let our kids go and be in school and learn and go to the bathroom and then leave. And if you don't choose to be part of that, then maybe there finally has to be some consequences, because that's why all of a sudden we're seeing more violence, fights, guns. Maybe we'd have a few less issues if maybe people were actually getting punished for doing things wrong.
Ms. Eaton.
Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that we could start out like with in-school suspension first,
Yes, ma'am.
after, they let that be their warning, with the understanding that if they're caught again, then we would move to the next level.
I can tell you that the recommendation of the District of Innovation Committee was that we suspend them and the first time. And then if they come back and do it again, then we send them to DAEP. But they felt like what was best for students was to try and handle this without sending them to DAEP straight just for being in possession. And the request was, is there something that we can do intervention-wise before that, before we just send them to DAEP? And they felt like that's what was best for students.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Suggestion too, because, and I wasn't looking for any signs, but I don't recall seeing any.
I don't remember seeing any either. We could put up signs.
Are there any signs at our schools?
I wouldn't say that they're overtly, like, over-communicated anywhere. I would say there are signs, but not overtly communicated.
Okay. I mean, because I think in all fairness, I understand legislation and all that, but so that the kids will really understand that we're not playing about it. We really need to order some signage, I guess get with the nurses and
Yes, ma'am.
principals and see what's out there and put it up, just like we do with, the signs that we have to put up saying, no handguns, So is that something I just need to put on the agenda, or Ms.
No, ma'am.
Faulkner?
Mr.
Because it was
Guidry
her
will get on
idea,
that
and I
tomorrow.
think it's a great idea.
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
work on that.
you know? And to me, that's a fair warning to just, you know, to at least start there and then move forward, because to just smack them in the face with that without any forewarning, you know, it's a little bit much. Thank you, that's all I have.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stanford?
Okay, just to clarify, if they're caught smoking, vaping actively, what's our current policy?
If you were to, I want to equate this to what we heard from Ms. Ryan, because Ms. Ryan makes a good point. Hotboxing really is referred to as smoking marijuana in a closed environment and people get contact hives. If that happens at campus, everybody goes to alternative school. There's no way that you're supposed to be allowing electronic cigarettes or physical with marijuana or physical cigarettes with marijuana happening on campus. All those people are supposed to go to alternative school.
Right, so,
But if you are smoking a regular cigarette on campus, then that would probably be a suspension.
a suspension.
It would not be a DAP placement.
Okay, so currently, our current policy with actually vaping, actively vaping, would be a suspension, currently.
Currently, if you're vaping and they saw you vaping, yes, you'd probably get suspended.
Okay.
Especially because it's such a bad problem on campus. To Ms. Ryan's point, if it's happening in a bathroom and nobody's reporting it or people don't know about it, I can see the frustration of the other students. I get that.
Dr. Fields?
Yes,
Currently,
ma'am.
as of September 1st, through House Bill 114, if somebody has a vape, they go to DAP.
Right.
No, I understand, okay.
I'm sorry,
I
I thought that
thought
was
you
your
meant in
question. You were asking
comparison to what we
currently what
used to
happens
do.
Yeah,
with
so
someone.
currently okay.
Yes.
Currently, they go to
What we had been
alternatives.
doing. So my feeling is very similar to Ms. Rodriguez. I hate to see us jump all the way to something as serious as alternative school immediately. I like one chance to change behavior before they go to that. And if the law gives us the right to exempt ourselves, then we are following the law. We're not breaking the law if we are using the law to adjust the situation. So that's what I would be for.
Ms. Canoyer?
Thank you. What have we done in terms of health education to talk to our students about the effects of vaping? Because I got to tell you, I have I call them my invisible friends. They're my online friends that I've met through chat boards and blogs and all that kind of thing, and that we've developed relationships with. And in this particular group, her niece is going to need a double lung transplant because of vaping.
Wow.
That it can be so severe, causing such damage in the lungs. And it wasn't THC, but you don't know that what you're buying is necessarily pure and necessarily
Right.
not non-harmful. So my question is, do we have something in place that can talk to kids about that and say, this might happen to you? You know, I believe Scared Straight can help some of our kids. And then I think that what has been proposed is a reasonable alternative. That they would be suspended for 3 days automatically, boom, no question. Counseling, come back. And then the fact that it does say that it would be mandatory DAEP placement for anything containing THC or anything
Always.
other illegal.
Yes, ma'am.
I do like the idea of signage, but I think we need to have parent meetings. We need to have meetings with the
Ms.
students.
Canoyer, I
We
can
need-
answer all that for you right now.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So the first part of your question is, what are we doing? So, not to date anyone here, right? But when I was in school, you heard about smoking in health.
Right.
That's the only place you heard it, right? That's not the game anymore. They're talking about vaping, the consequences, both health as well as with the law, in every content area you can possibly think of.
Okay.
It's happening in health classes, it's happening in extracurricular classes with their extracurricular code. Part of that addresses vaping and what next steps are if you were to violate that. It's a conversation that's happening all the time. And yes, there are community forums where we are sending literature home to parents. Ms. Garcia, I want you to help me if I get any of this wrong. We've had lots of conversations about this needs to be a widespread campaign, right? Like,
Yes.
perfect example is when we have the community brew on Saturday. Be there, passing out literature, answering questions, letting parents know what's going on. Because going back to what Ms. Ryan said, this is a broad sweeping issue. We're talking about children that are now addicted.
Yes.
They are addicted to, whether it's nicotine or THC, they're addicted. And so to take that very first offense and just wipe the board with every consequence we could to someone who is physically addicted without offering some sort of support to break that addiction, that's dangerous. Like, these are kids. We need to give an opportunity to educate them and to educate their families, talk about all components of it before we are going to the extreme. Because I'm sorry to say, there are kids who are physically addicted, who probably don't even know they're putting that thing up to their lips. It's just so ingrained.
And part of the plan also, if I may add, is on the intervention piece. So we did talk about suspensions, but even if we were to suspend a kid, we're still going to intervene with that kid. Right, so that was part of the thing that we did talk about with the committee. So even at, excuse me, even at DAP, we do have counselors that do speak with kids as well too. So there's a curriculum that they follow, and some of those items are on there, like vaping. Now, I do agree, I mean, we could purchase the signs and make it a big campaign, but we are still trying to intervene with those kids regardless. And I know, speak with Monica, she's the one that shared that with me, but alternatively, we do that.
Well, a couple of board meetings ago, we did the Meadows Mental Health MOU, if you guys remember that. One of
Yes.
the components of that is Rise Recovery, which is an organization that partners with us for this specific reason. But like we talked about, we have to create a space where we are broadcasting this larger than just what kids are learning in the classroom.
Yeah, that was my point, is not just addressing kids, but at elementary level too, because what I heard you talking about, the extracurriculars and stuff like that, is more secondary. But if we've got elementary kids that are vaping, we have got to catch them now.
Bless you.
And that involves parents and families as well. And so that was where my questioning was going. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Johnson, did you have something to say?
I was
Dr.
just gonna-
Johnson, I apologize.
It's okay. We've also discussed having some PSAs created with the communications department that would be from the standpoint of nursing for health and what it's actually doing to their body, with the counseling department, to talk about what addiction looks like and how to intervene with the student and the parents. And then also with the police department, to let them know the ramifications, the legal ramifications, should they be using THC, but then also for our standard, even if it's just nicotine or the Juul or whatever, what the consequences will be. So we understand that they have to be informed. We understand that we have to have consequences, but we also want to help them through the problem. We want to change the behavior, not just punish. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, if we could make our comments brief. We're having second, I haven't had a chance to say anything, but just put it out there. Ms. Rodriguez.
I'll be very brief, but I think that what I wanted to say is that this law amends the education code. The District of Innovation mechanism gives us a mechanism for saying that there are certain parts of the code that we are going to deal with differently. It doesn't say we're going to break any laws. It doesn't say we're going to shirk any responsibilities. It just says that we're choosing to do this differently. And for me, I do think about all of the students who are impacted, like Ms. Ryan said, her children are when they want to use the restroom, and they should be able to do that. And I think about our responsibility to educate all of the students in our district in a way that is equitable. And I think that DAEP is not the right education environment for the vast majority of students. And I do think that this would impact a lot of students in not getting the quality education that they deserve.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan? I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry. It's Ms. Faulkner first. Forgive me, Stephanie.
I just have a question. So looking at what we're proposing, I'm in agreement, but the delineation is THC. Do we have the capability on site to test for THC?
Yes, ma'am. Our
Okay.
police officers do.
Okay.
And once they determine that it's THC, it's an automatic placement in alternatives.
Okay.
Ms. Ryan? And I've kind of remained quiet. A lot of what was said, I do agree with, but just for the record, I also do believe that, we do need to be very cognizant about who we send to alternative school as a first-time offense. I do believe that the idea that we are DOI gives us the flexibility to localize our strategies, and I appreciate the recommendation that district is bringing forward. Austin doesn't know us as intimately as we know ourselves, and so if we understand that there are some challenges to automatic placement to alternative school, let's give the student an opportunity, especially if it's a nonviolent action, and especially if cigarettes itself wouldn't even raise to the same level. It would just be a suspension, right, at this point?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And is that a suspension or an in-school suspension with the pack of cigarettes?
If you were found in possession of, I've talked to a couple of principals, they said that it would be an in-school suspension. If you were to actually light one up in the school and smoke it, there'd be a suspension. But rarely would it be a DAP placement. Now, if it were marijuana or some type of illegal drug, then again, automatic placement in alternative school.
And I do agree with my colleagues, Ms. Canoy, Ms. Rodriguez, and so all that have said, the students need help. And that's certainly going to be a next step for us. And for the community, this particular item is asking for an exemption, and by law, it requires a 2/3 vote. So it requires 5 board members or more to approve for this to go forward. If it does not, then we will still be in compliance with House Bill 114, and that will be the law of the land. So if there's no additional questions, let's go ahead and put this, well, let me get a motion. Let me make the motion. It's Q. Okay, I move that we approve an amendment to the current Judson ISD District Innovation Plan seeking an exemption from the Texas Education Code 37.006.036 as related to HB 114.
Second.
Let's go ahead and vote. So the motion passes 5-2. So that was our last closed session item. So now we're going to go back to our agenda. We're on letter E, discuss and take possible action regarding approval of rankings for request for qualifications 23-08, construction project manager. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is the RFQ or the the request for qualifications for the construction project manager. We've come up with a ranking here of the individuals we would like to go with. Approval tonight gives us the ability to go back and start negotiating with them, to start talking about all of the 14 campuses for air conditioning and the 19 campuses for fencing, and see when we can get that started, what it's going to look like, what the design's going to be. So we're just asking for approval to move forward.
And this is, again, a follow-up from last week when we talked about
Yes.
having these type of service for our bond project. Are there any discussion, questions? Ms. Ryan?
A few things. I am still not happy that this went out as an RFQ. We were pretty clear at the last board meeting, both Mr. Macias and I, in our wording that we wanted a request for proposal. We had a very clear scope that we wanted on this, because the discussion we had was, we don't know the dollar amount tolerance of this board to go out for this bid. There is a very limited amount in bond Prop A for 2022, the entire administrative budgeted cost is only $1 million. So if we're talking about a $1.14 million in projects that we want done at, in theory, possibly even an 8 to 10% fee because it's so many projects, we have no idea what any of these companies are gonna charge us, so it's very hard for the board to make a decision. Also concerning about how these rankings were done, because there were your scorecard was changed a little bit versus what you put out and made some subcategories. Some areas of concern had to do with hub zone vendors and how you focus on whether or not they were a hub zone versus whether they helped bid all of the projects for the bond out to a hub zone. Past relationships with the district, everybody got 5 points, but I know some of these vendors have never done business with this district. And the vendor that got the most points and maxed out in school district experience and got the full 30 points has almost no school district experience in bond management. They do facilities assessments, so, which we've had done. We've hired people to come in and give us the 500-page facility assessment document. And then you look at the people who are ranked number 2 and 3, and that's all they've done is bond management and like billions of dollars worth of taking a bond and doing that. So I would have preferred this was an RFP, and I'm not sure who was on the ranking committee. Normally, that's on our board thing. We know who was on the committee. It doesn't say that in this one, but there are definitely some irregularities on the scoring and even reputation. Reached out to a few people in this industry and not sure if y'all checked sources and actually checked their, what their reputation was with others within the industry. So number of issues with this tonight.
I can tell you, ma'am, that we did read through every submittal that came through, myself and Ruben. So we looked very diligently to make sure that we made the right choice. Right. Yeah, and we,
Ms. Ryan, in reference to why an RFP versus an RFQ, because it is a professional service, we would use an RFQ. You would be approving the rankings of the submittals. If we are unable to negotiate a contract with pricing, then we could move on into the second, and so on and so forth. So when it's a professional service, you bring them in, you meet, you discuss the scope of the service, specifically with the fences and with the air conditioning. And then you start working with the architects, you design, you structure, then the engineer. And so that is the process that we would use for procurement for this professional service.
Okay, and we're clear that that proposition, the entire administrative cost you have budgeted is $998,000. That's it, for that entire proposition for your admin costs. That's where this RFQ is gonna have to come out of.
Yes, ma'am. But
Because you haven't asked us for money out of general fund.
Yes, ma'am,
So we
but just
assume it's
like-
gonna come out of here.
Correct, ma'am. And just like the way we are currently working our 2016 bond, we are able to move monies around within the bond so long as it's within the scopes of the projects that we've identified. And so there is always the ability to also allocate interests that we are making from the bonds. So there's always that possibility, just the same way we're currently working our bonds for that.
I'd like to say, Ms. Ryan, that I remember distinctly when we started talking about this, that going out for a construction project manager or a project manager to handle this would probably require a percentage of whatever we were going to use to get that done. That was talked about. In addition, the reason why we went out for the request for qualifications is because we said we had to find out if there were people out there who could do this for us. We found some people who can do it for us. Now we go back based on this ranking and say, okay, this is exactly what we need to get done. Let us know your proposal for getting that done. And then we negotiate with them, go back and forth. They come back. Once we do the request for proposal, we'll sit down and come up with an engineering design on how we get it done. Then we'll get a construction team to come in and let us know how we're going to walk through this process, and then we'll go ahead and get it done. But I thought we explained all this when we said we were going to go out for the RFQ.
Yeah, I just went back and watched the video of what we said word for word from the last board meeting, and it was RFP and request for proposal. And again, that's only one portion of it. It's, when you look at what these companies do, I'm concerned that we get the right people. If we're gonna do this, that we get
Yes,
the right
ma'am.
people on the job.
Understood.
So, and if we go negotiate with number one and they're not necessarily the right person with the most experience at this type of project,
Yes, ma'am.
then I just don't want to spend our money on something that could turn into last time we tried to do a bond company. And
Understood.
it didn't turn out well, so.
I
if we have
assure
somebody
you-
who's done this for 12 school districts and $3 billion worth of stuff, and they don't somehow get it to the top of the list.
Again, I assure you that as we go through this, if we get the sense that the person that came out on top is not capable of getting it done, we just won't select them. We'll go to the next one, or we'll put it out again.
Well, and I just will weigh in just briefly that obviously the board directed you to take this next step, so thank you for getting us to this point. I would have loved to have seen pricing, but I understand we got to get a scope out there, and you'll be sensitive to cost anyway, because that's the whole thing. So let's just get the job done. We have a commitment to our community, and I think you recognize that now. And
Yes, sir.
the board's expressed that. So if there's no other discussion, let's go ahead and move forward and vote on this item to approve. Well, actually, let me read the motion. I got to start reading motions here. I move that we approve the rankings for request for qualifications 23-08, construction project manager.
Second.
All right, let's proceed and vote. Ms. Stanford? Okay, motion passes. Letter F, discuss and take possible action regarding approval of core replacement purchases related to the bond 2022. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. This is for approval of core replacement purchases across the district. I can tell you that the core replacements will go to support the safety and security of the district, and the cores connect the network operations centers from the switches. The next one coming after this will be the switches themselves, but we're just asking for permission to move forward with our Bond 22 item for the core replacements, and then on the next one for the network for the switches.
Any questions? All right. Let's move forward. I move that we approve the approval of the core replacement purchases related to the bond 2022. Please proceed to vote. Motion passes. So letter G, discussion and take possible action regarding the approval of network switch purchases related to the 2022 bond.
Again, where our cores connect the network to the network operations centers, the switches actually help to connect IT devices such as printers, computers, servers. We'll be replacing those as well, part of the security process. So we're just asking for permission to move forward with the bond 22 purchase.
Any discussions or questions? All right, let's proceed to vote, please.
I move that we approve this item to the approval of network switch purchases related to bond 2022.
Second.
And thank you, Jen. Appreciate that very much. Ms. Ryan?
Oh, I pushed.
Motion passes. Our next item is to discuss and take possible action regarding the approval of internal audit 2023 and 2024 school year. So I do want to briefly state that we put out a scope of work for our internal auditor. Had an internal audit committee with Ms. Ryan and Ms. Rodriguez, and we narrowed down the scope, and I wanted to kind of give you some context of what that scope looked like. Ms. Ryan was helpful in providing the draft, but essentially it's a staffing review and a pay system review, and it's looking at details, the letters A through M, things from inventory, staffing for current campuses. So it's really detailed staffing review, and again, a pay systems review for, And we shared the scope with a few organizations. I had the opportunity to speak to our first internal audit prospect, and they're a little overloaded, so they respectfully declined. And then, Ms. Ryan, if you could talk a little bit about your outreach for the second one. Or I can talk. So Ms. Ryan reached out to our number two and put candidly, was way outside our pricing. So their hourly rate and the cost was very prohibitive. So it wasn't even a case of, can we have wiggle room. So they'll need to be, we'll have to put the scope back out again. I'm shared with Ms. Ryan, and I'll share with my colleagues that when we're at TASB, we may see other vendors that can do internal audit services. And so we may be able to, again, put a scope of work out. But what I'd like to do is just talk about our focus, because when the Internal Audit Committee met, we had to decide if we want to look at special ed or the bond, but we really were ultra focused on staffing review for compensation and pay system reviews. So that's really where we are, and we have the luxury of waiting to approve this, because we could approve the scope now and have it on the agenda next month. I want you all to see all the details of what was brought forward to the vendors. And then, of course, I think that'll be the right time to take action. So we're hoping to revisit this in October, and that way you guys, the board can receive information from the audit committee about what we recommended. Ms. Ryan, Ms. Rodriguez, since you're on the Internal Audit Committee with me, are you comfortable with that, or you have any other feedback you'd like to add?
Yeah, yes, I agree with everything that was said, and that's a summary, an adequate summary of what we talked about.
Can I make a statement?
Sure.
Should then, based on what I'm hearing from you guys, do we still continue to move forward with the TASB? Remember, we were saying that we could possibly get with them in December and have them look into something if we were unable to secure one of the two companies, or we don't know if it's going to be cost prohibitive to go that way.
I already spoke to TASB, and the staffing survey they're scheduled too far out for our timeline.
Got it.
They've got us on there penciled in for the finance one, but that still wouldn't get to us by end of May, which
Understood.
may or may not be good enough, type thing. And I guess our concern is, now that we have a finite scope for this one, we feel like there may be companies that specialize in more human resource and staffing that just didn't bid on it.
Understood.
So now that we have a scope, if we could short turnaround 10-day and RFP out there with this exact scope,
Right.
and see if we have HR staffing experts, and then if we see anybody else at TASB, we'll just wave and be like, hey, make sure everybody bids on our RFP. We won't talk to any of them, but we'll just let them know we have an RFP out there. And then see if there is anything we can turn around.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And obviously, the longer it takes, and we'll have to reconsider where we are in terms of when the deliverable would be. So there are things in there. So at this point, we do not need to take any action on this particular item, and we can move forward. It's letter I. It's discuss and take possible action regarding the approval of creating a board committee for community outreach. Ms. Stanford, this is your agenda item.
Yep. Okay, so we've talked about this for 2 different meetings, and I've taken in y'all's input questions, and I've gone and gotten input from legal counsel as well as to what all we can do. So this is what I've got it boiled down to, is that a community meeting would focus on one topic, which would come from suggestions or requests from the community and/or the board. More likely a kind of a hot topic such as bullying. The district would present current policies and resources, and the community would be able to give input as to what's working and what's not working for them, and to consider solutions and suggestions for how to make things work better. 3 board members maximum could attend. because of the Open Meetings Act, but per Ms. Canoyer's suggestion the last time we talked about this, what I would think we would do is rotate board members. So have one meeting, have 3 board members, but the next time we have a meeting, have different board members so that we can share the time with the community. This will help us meet advocacy and engagement goals. And I would suggest we try this for 1 year. Just give us 1 year, and then we can reassess based on the response from the community and see if it looks like something that they like and are responding to, and that we could continue. And lastly, it's not midnight yet, so it's still my birthday. So that's.
So you're throwing that one in there, Laura.
Yeah.
But any questions for Ms. Stanford? I think the board is ready to just vote on
Yeah,
this.
let's just-
So let's go ahead and,
So then, want me to make the motion?
I was going to ask you to please make the motion.
I do have a
Okay.
question.
Go ahead, Ms.
So would this be structured then like our other board committees where there'd be a chairperson and committee, board members assigned to the committee? And, you know,
Yes, to decide what to do, to go ahead and plan out the meeting, the topics, right? And we would get input from the board as well on those topics from what you're getting from your community. I've already gotten an awful lot of feedback on bullying, so that's kind of on my radar, but I'd be looking for input from other board members on what they're hearing, and then we would put that out there.
If you would like to make the motion, Ms. Stanford.
Okay. So let me see where to go. Okay, so I make a motion that we approve the creation of a board committee for community outreach.
Second.
Okay. Please proceed to vote. Okay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
So, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So, letter J, discuss and take possible action regarding approving the professional service contract amendment supporting the 2016 bond design and construction requirements for the Wagner track. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the amendment to the bond design for the construction requirements for the Wagner track for the proposed price here. We've been saying that they've gotten to a point where they need to make some adjustments to how they're going to go about doing the infill and the excavation to get down far enough to pre-treat or to retreat the soil. So this is that recommendation, and basically, we're just asking to be able to move ahead with what we need to do in terms of going in, breaking up that layer, treating it, refilling, like we've talked about before. Any questions?
I just want to add it's absolutely needed, and I'm glad we're able to take some support to that.
And, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if there are no questions, let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Oh, actually, let me make the motion. You want to make the motion, Ms. Eden?
I move that we approve the professional service contract amendment supporting the 2022 bond design and construction. Wrong one. Approve the professional service contract amendment supporting the 2016 bond design and construction requirements for Wagner High School track.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion passes. I think we have one more action item to vote on, and that's discuss and take possible action regarding the selection of a facilitator for the superintendent evaluation. And that was pulled. That item was pulled. Yes. And so, just so you know, we're trying to identify a date as well for this goal setting for our team training. The 14th of October seems to be the goal, the set time where we're all free. So anyway, I just wanted to have some discussion on this, who we want to go with. It looks like Greg Gibson and Mo Casey would be the organization that would be available, and we would be available, and I really have no preference. So, but any feedback on any of this? What are you looking for, Mr.
You
Ryan?
get this one? See, you can pass this one.
Is this the one you're looking for?
It's just the
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Do we have prices on these? I thought we had gotten price quotes on these. No? No?
Green is availability.
Ms. Holmes, did we get price quotes?
I have some price quotes. I'm sorry, sir, I did not bring them with me. The highest
Understood.
one was 2,000.
Got it. So basically, the red is when they're not available down low, when you're not available up top. Green, all available up top, means that we're all available, and then the one firm that's available on that day would be the Gibson Mo Casey, so that's who you guys could go with on that day.
And they're pretty reputable. I would just say that, whatever we've paid in the past, Dr. Fields, is my expectation that we be consistent with what we've paid for. If it's exorbitant, let us know, and we'll reconsider, just so that Ms. Ryan's point of cost is addressed. But there is a certain side we have in budget, what we paid historically.
Yes, sir.
For these services.
Well, I think
What-
in the past, though, you guys had a series of like 6 months of
Well,
stuff you did with someone.
excluding last year, because it was
Oh,
really above
yeah.
and beyond.
The price of a normal 1 8-day Saturday.
Yes, yes.
Right, this will
Okay,
be
just
kind of
wanted to
like Team of
clarify.
Eight.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
what you paid
Similar.
last year.
Yeah, not, that was, we had a lot more to that. So, and that's fine. So without any further questions, I go ahead and I move that we approve the facilitator, Mo Casey, for the superintendent evaluation process goal setting. Okay. If we could vote. Ms. Stanford? All right, motion passes. So let's go through some important discussion items. So we have a discussion item report for federal grants fiscal year 2023 and 24 for the Texas Education of Homeless Children and Youth Continuation Grant. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. Just as we started about 2 years ago, according to CB Local, every time we go out for a grant, we're supposed to notify the board we're going out for a grant in this particular area, and this is just a notification to the board that we plan to do so. That's it.
I would add that, at some point, we take a look at how many wonderful grants we have, because we see them in pieces, but we don't get the whole collective viewpoint of what our grants are doing.
We've got a really robust
I
grant
know.
program.
I know. Okay, we don't need a motion, so
No.
it's just informative, it's discussion. I heard someone say motion. No motion needed on this one. We're in overtime, Monica, I know. Okay, so the next item is a very important one. It's discuss creating a plan for special education vacancies throughout the district. Ms. Faulkner?
So just for the public, and today, the board received the most up-to-date vacancies. We are missing 29 sped teachers across the district and 24 paraprofessionals. And I know President Macias and I had this talk. We had a conversation about a parent concern. My concern is always, if we're missing that many people, one of two things are happening. Well, one of three. One's against the law, so I'm going to assume it's not happening. We're either providing 100% services to half the students, or we're providing half the services to 100% of the students. Either way, the outcome of having this many vacancies is going to be compensatory services, because special ed is federally mandated, and whatever is in a student's IEP, you can't change that. They're owed that. And so I realize this is not a just us problem. It's not a local problem. It's not a state problem. It's a national problem. So I really just want to talk out some things that we haven't maybe thought of as a district, because we're fighting with all these other districts that are having the other issues. And so I know there are districts that are offering moving stipends. We'll pay you to move to our district to teach. There are districts currently paying the penalties for someone like myself who is just retired. You have to lay off of teaching a year. There are districts paying the TRS penalty for you to come back because they're in that much of a need. The other option, this happened at Northeast last year because we had such a shortage. We were all called and said, you're certified and we may move you to a more critical area. So maybe, possibly, a look across the district. We might have a science teacher with a hidden SPED certification. I don't know what's already been done, but this is just, we're in a critical moment. We really are.
I can tell you that Ms. Armstead, soon to be Dr. Armstead, and I have been talking about this for quite some time. This is not anything new for us here in the district. And I will tell you that what we have done so far is we have moved teachers from one campus to another because the numbers didn't support them at the campus that they were assigned to originally. So we have moved them to fill vacancies on other campuses. We have also utilized paraprofessionals to do inclusion support because some of the kids are not coded for co-teach, but they're
Right,
coded for
for IF,
inclusion support. So we've had the surplus of paraprofessionals that we have moved around the district to cover that. We also are now utilizing our SPED department chairs who typically were not in a classroom because they were carrying loads and doing arts and all of that. They are now also going into classrooms to provide
services.
the services for SPED students. Of course, we have to take into consideration the compensatory services for some of the kiddos. We are doing that. We are continually, weekly, daily monitoring the numbers, enrollment numbers in special ed classrooms to see if we have opportunities to combine classes and to relocate teachers to other campuses to fill vacancies that we have there. We also have gone in and reviewed students' IEPs to make sure that what is being offered at the campus is actually what is included in their IEP, because we know sometimes you have a student that's coded for back, and they'll be in back all day when they're only supposed to be in there for 2 periods.
Yeah.
And so making sure that we're not over-servicing kiddos in that time frame. And then the last thing is making sure that our coordinators and our supervisor are reviewing the schedules of our teachers and our paraprofessionals. And I know for a fact that Ms. Armstead has met with principals and gone through their master schedule to make sure that we are covering the students that need to have services given and making sure that the vacancy is not getting in the way of that. But we hadn't done the offering to move you fee, but I do know.
Let me tell you another thing. I know we've had this discussion, but another thing is and I wasn't on the board whenever y'all approved raises, but I was a part of a lot of the Facebook groups that are attached to Judson and education. And the employees, especially paras, were a little hurt by the fact that they got this nice raise and then they couldn't wear jeans, so they had to use their nice raise on a brand new wardrobe. And I know it doesn't seem like much, but Northeast ISD is letting teachers wear shorts because they would rather have teachers show up and teach. Now, I will tell you, their principals have the say-so on what everything looks like because it's a reflection of their campus. But they would rather have teachers in the classroom teaching, and so would parents. It was part of a survey that said, yes, please let our teachers dress however they're comfortable, just have them show up. And all I'm saying is, we need to think outside the box to be competitive with what's going on in our local area.
We did allow them to wear jeans. If it was conducive to their job, we came back and changed that. So
Good.
yes, ma'am.
Good. I'm just saying, if we're gonna be competitive, and, we need to look at all of those things. So, pretty much that's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan?
I'll just say people were a little skeptical when we said if we throw a bunch of money at people, that they would actually show up. And we threw a bunch of money at people in regular positions. And at a job fair, we saw elementary campuses just pick up their stuff and leave. Because guess what? We filled all those core positions. We had more people than we knew what to do with come July. And so I do think if you put a little bit of money into some stuff, it can reap some benefits, because we saw it happen for us. So if there is some sort of changes to the compensation plan to somehow, because this is the next crisis. First, it was just a teacher crisis in general. Now, I think we're on the verge of a sped crisis, personnel-wise. Whatever we need to do, I don't care about the districts around us. We care about getting our sped teachers to us. So whatever we have to do to fill our slots for our kiddos, because didn't me, Dr. Armstead will tell you, every day, more kids getting identified. Every day, more kids getting in the program, which is a great thing, because it means those babies are getting their services. So I don't want less special education children. I just need more special education teachers. So whatever ways the board can help, please come to us with some creative ideas and at least give us the chance to give you the resources to go try to solve this, because I do think this is the next 5-meter target. Between that and probably relooking facilities and looking the sped laydown, the physical laydown. Make it conducive to where do we have room to put these units to be most effective with our teachers, and it may not be where they are right now. So, some other things to keep in mind. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all you do. You know I love sped.
Yeah, and I would just echo that, obviously, this has been a challenging area for us for a long time. I know I joined Ms. Eaton when she came on the board. Special ed was important to her, and it still is to this day. But clearly, we need to ensure we are meeting the needs of our students. I know that we're trying our hardest, and there's no issue there, but it just seems the challenges are just greater sometimes. And so, as Ms. Ryan had alluded, we don't know what you need. We don't know what we can do to help, but we have a great team. Let's get innovative about how we'll make sure the services are being provided. And as Ms. Faulkner had mentioned, I have been contacted by several parents that are concerned about the SPED. And I share their concerns, but I do know we're working hard to support them. So, is there anyone else who would like to make a point? Ms. Faulkner?
I also want to, whatever y'all need, to keep the people we have, because that's important too. I mean, I think over the since COVID, education as a whole has seen more teachers just walk off the job and not even care what happens with that teaching certification. And so we need to be sure that the people who are showing up every day are also, whatever y'all need to make that happen as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Fields, you want to add something? Oh, go ahead.
I just had one thought about educational stipends or encouragement, maybe, to get more teachers to qualify for SPED. And then I also care about teacher retention in general. I have that same attitude, Ms. Faulkner, about all our teachers. Just whatever we can do to keep them I want to see us work really hard to do that, because it's tough to replace them.
I just wanted to say that we spoke about some of the things that we're doing in that area to service the students, and one of them was moving teachers around. And I know that all of you received an email from an employee where we requested they move for the best interest of the students. That's going to happen because, to Ms. Faulkner's point, when you signed up with all of your certifications and the ability to service the district. And where we need you most is where we need to move people. So you'll start to see people not wanting to move because that's not where they thought they were going to be. But at this point, we got to do what's best for the students in the district. So I appreciate you guys' support.
And I think we are at our second to last agenda item. One more question? All right, go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
And since you brought that up, Dr. Fields, that kind of was what I was thinking about when I was talking about doing all we can to keep our teachers. We want to do what's best for the students, but part of what's best for them is keeping our teachers. And I don't want us to strong-arm someone into moving if they don't want to. I'd rather we work with them so we don't lose them. I don't want to take the position of, you better move because that's where we need you. You don't have any choice, and then they leave. And that's happened.
So, Ms. Stanford, this is something I feel very passionate about. We have conversations all the time about doing the right thing based on the needs of children, and sometimes that's at the cost of adult comfort. And that's a very, very hard discussion to have with adults. But we all committed to this profession because we know that children come first. And sometimes it is uncomfortable for adults. Sometimes we have to do things that maybe we didn't necessarily sign up for. But if we are ultimately here for children, when push comes to shove, we understand that. And these are not conversations we're having with teachers about this is a lifelong change. This is what we need right now. This could be temporary, this could be for this school year, but this is what we need right now to make sure every child gets what they need.
And they won't get what they need if that teacher leaves. So I'm saying I don't want to see a teacher pushed, work with them, negotiate with them, but I don't want a teacher pushed out the door because now we've lost them. And then we don't serve the kids
I hear you
either.
100%, and I agree, right? We want to do everything we can to keep teachers, but ultimately, if it comes between what a child deserves as far as services and adult comfort, we are actually bound by law to provide those services.
Right, it's sometimes not just a comfort issue.
Agree,
There's
yes.
other issues, so I'm saying let's take that into account. I don't want to lose the teacher. Because
Absolutely.
we don't serve the children without the teachers, so that's all. I feel very strongly about that, too.
Do you want to say something, Dr. Fields?
I do. I hear you, Ms. Stanford, I really do. But I really want the message to be, we're here to do what's in the best interest of the students. And I know that you feel that way too. But oftentimes we get the pushback of, that's not what I want to do, and if I don't want to do that, then I'll leave. This is what we need you to do. And we can't accept the ultimatum of, if you don't do it my way, then I'll leave. Well, then, okay. But, Dr. Saunders makes a very good point. We have these difficult conversations all the time. But right now, like I said earlier, when we were talking about moving teachers around in the district, we're going to people who have been at a campus for the last 10 years saying, hey, I need you to move over here for right now because this is where we need you most.
Right, and we have the right to do that.
Right, we also have the right to move teachers around on the campus that they're at.
But I just don't want us to exercise our right to the point where we lose the teacher and then.
Not at all. We do it with a velvet glove. Nobody's coming in kicking over trash cans like a bull in a china shop. But we are saying, hey, this is what we need from you now. We won't forget that you've made this sacrifice for us, and we'll get you back to where you're supposed to be as quickly as we possibly can.
Can you please find out who that was done to? Because I would like to talk to him.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Faulkner, go ahead, please.
So I hear what you're saying, Ms. Stanford, but you sign a contract. When you're hired, it says, I will serve the district. And the thing is, I agree 100%. If you're here for the kids, it doesn't matter where you are. I mean, And then if you do leave, chances are it wasn't a good fit to begin with. And 9 times out of 10, when the move is made, it's such a pleasurable move, and people are so welcoming that the teacher, given the choice to return where they were, denies it and stays at the new spot. So it's an opportunity, and as a teacher, we seek out opportunities.
Well, thank you for all that input, and I guess the real quick thing I'll weigh in on this is naturally, Ms. Stanford's not working on an island. I mean, there are people that have reached out to her, and they've reached out to me, and we're trying culturally to change our approach for retention and recruitment purposes. And if we can accommodate a teacher's desires, I think that's really the principle. Because at the end, as Ms. Stanford stated, the district wins, we retain a teacher, children win, and I do believe we have opportunity in our ability to create a better situation and not force people to move if they've been effective in their job. So the part that I always have problems with is that when we do things, is there a system? Is there a system to why this move is happening? Because what we hear in grievances, that it's personal. I said something, they did something, and it's personal. And we need to get away from that. There must be a system that mandates this is the change. So I know we can talk all day about it, but I'll just say just that aspect of it. And I know we're improving. So, and so let's go to the next agenda item, if there's no any questions on this one. This one is, I was going to pull it, but we've had wonderful staff there. So you're going to get the full complement of my conversation that have stayed. Thank you, Ms. Garcia and your team for being here. So this agenda item is in relation to district-wide social-emotional procedures and strategies. And I routinely put this on the agenda, and I have since 2015, because I think this is a very important aspect. I did have an opportunity to meet with community members a few weekends ago, and the element that came out of that conversation that I think is really important is that we are a student-focused entity. We're here to serve students. But what came out of that discussion was the need to provide support for our teachers and for our employees to a point that I didn't expect. So because of that new lens, developing strategies that address teacher social-emotional needs is something that's important. It really is tough right now. And so we need to be sensitive to those challenges, because we're not only fighting retention issues, we're fighting burnout. And burnout means everyone loses, including children. People who became teachers for a reason start losing that passion. So in terms of our strategies, Dr. Fields, I'm looking for us to address that need now, because we know it's there. So anytime we have an opportunity to do something to support them. And one of the suggestions I was going to bring out were, I know that next month we're going to have that teacher task force update. I think Dr. Tagenall is doing that follow-up on that meeting. Things like that come through my mind are giving longer planning periods for teachers to get sort of their grip, and which means we would have to hire subs because we'd need more to be in that window. But if that investment gives our teachers a better peace of mind and gives them a better mental health, then I think it's worth it right now. So I just wanted to put that on the table because, again, we talk a lot about students. I get that, and it's definitely not overlooked on my end. But about employees and about teachers, I think that we can't forget that, because if a teacher is spent, how effective are they going to be for our students? There's just that concern. So I'm sorry you had to wait to the end of the meeting to hear this, but you're here. Thank you. The community is also probably listening, and they're hearing this as well. So that's simply why I put it back on this agenda, and I will be looking for input from you, Dr. Fields, in terms of what we're going to be doing, and look forward to the agenda item next month regarding the teacher task force. Ms. Stanford.
I think in this category as well, just as Ms. Faulkner said, we need in the SPED category, we need in this category, that's thinking outside the box, looking for other ways to approach the problem, other ways to reach kids, other ways to help kids. And how perfect that those people showed up tonight talking about JoJo, because to me, that's a perfect example of an outside-the-box way of dealing with kids and their problems, and teachers. Burnout for teachers, we heard from someone, an adult that was helped. This is something that's well-established, well-researched, well-proven, that animals help people emotionally in nursing homes, in hospitals, in schools. We're not the only school that's had a therapy animal, and I'm very disappointed that it's been removed, and I'm hoping we can find a way to put it back. And I would like to see it documented so that we have documented proof of how well it's working for students and teachers in that school, so that we can then take that module and repeat it in other schools. And I just bet it's going to give us an added dimension, an added approach to the problems that we see with all staff. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, which I talked with Dr. Taganow some about, was training videos. And y'all had talked about some PSAs and other training videos. But training videos for the kids, in my business, in the mortgage world, we have to take training on email scams every year. And they're cartoons, by the way. It's like they must know something about adult attention spans as well. So they have cartoons that show us all the different new ways they can get at you through email, so that you're aware and you don't click on something. You don't reply to something. So they tell you all the things that are coming at you, and here's how you deal with it. Why can't we do similar training videos for kids that show them the threats that are out there on social media, the threats and dangers that are coming at them from stupid things like TikTok that have all kinds of challenges? Those things have been going. My nieces know about that. And they see people doing something. I go, what are those people doing? Oh, it's a TikTok thing. They knew right away. They recognized it, which was concerning. But anyway, these are things we could warn them about ahead of time. Bullying online. Show them a video of how these things happen so that they can be acquainted with it. So I just think we need to think more outside the box with approaches like that that will appeal to and approach and maybe head off at the pass some of the problems that we encounter.
Dr. Fields, if we could invite Ms. Garcia to come up for just a moment, would you be okay with that?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So speaking of public service announcements, here's a public service announcement. You guys had these on your chair when you came in this evening. So it's some light reading, but thanks. But I do want to say, just for this space, sometimes, and I'm learning a lot from Ms. Garcia, so if I get this wrong, I want you to help me. Sometimes we lump social emotional learning and mental health into the same bucket, and it's actually two completely different things. So what you're talking about is social emotional learning, right? It's that curriculum-based learning piece that we're trying to be proactive, right? Warning kids about this and talking to them about the outcomes. Whereas mental health is scaffolded resources and support based on very, very specific mental health needs that involve many agencies within our district. So when we talk about these pieces, I think what you're referring to is social emotional learning, what's going on with kids, and that proactive piece. Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, good evening, Board President, board members, and Dr. Fields. And I know it's really late, but I think that she just gave me a plug to be able, I think we shared our self-family learning plan with y'all, and we also shared our safe and supportive guide. So the things that Dr. Saunders did a wonderful explanation of, you have a lot of reading material here, and we hope that in the future we can share some of that. There are just some summary pages that I would like to point out that you can read, because I know it's extremely late. In our cell guide on page 7, it gives a complete little summary of what we do for social emotional learning in the district and how we work with the interpersonal skills and things like that. And our safe and supportive guide also has a summary page starting on page 3 of it that gives like the full detail of our mental health plan and what we do for safe and supportive schools. But a lot of details in here, a lot of I like to create handbooks and different things, and I think that they're going to come in handy right now, so that we can share a lot of the preventative things that we're doing in the district with social emotional learning and mental health. But we hope that in the future we can come back on the agenda and share some of these details. I don't know, when we have more time. But unless y'all have any questions for me, I think that, I don't know if you had a chance to read through any of the guides, but if there's anything that I can answer this evening, I'm here to answer any questions.
I know that Ms. Faulkner is next for questions, but I'll just close the loop on this part of the conversation. I know we're doing a lot of good things, and we've been doing a lot of good things for a long time. But just like anything, the playing field has changed. It is not the same as it was before, and certainly we have some work to do, especially identifying bullying. I think I had a chance to talk with Dr. Johnson briefly about types of bullying, and are we categorizing, when or how, or what the number one bullying issue is? Is it gender-related or race-related, or what is it? To help us communicate to address those things. But anyhow, Ms. Faulkner.
I just want to give a shout out. I know Board Member Ryan and I were at Candlewood yesterday. They have a calm down room for their teachers.
Yeah.
It is separate from the lounge. It is an area where the teachers go to decompress. So that's just a shout out to one of my campuses.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion before we move on to our last item? The last item is update on board training. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Board training, conferences, events, and board committees and updates. So I'll start on my left. Ms. Canoyer, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I attended the growth and planning meeting, and hearing the information from the demographer was very informative. I attended the summer graduation and gave the remarks there, and that's always a wonderful thing. Every student deserves the opportunity to walk the stage when they complete the requirements for graduation, and I'm very grateful to Dr. Toppin and her team for putting on that wonderful graduation. And then I attended the Innovation Committee, but I'm going to allow the Innovation Committee Chair to summarize that.
Ms. Rodriguez, go ahead, please.
All right, that's my cue. So we had our first meeting of the school year with the Innovation Committee. We focused on looking at just progress towards the goals of our innovations. So our innovations are set out to increase enrollment in the district, offer innovative education offerings for students. And we looked at just all of our innovation campuses and how they're doing against those things. And then we talked about decisions that will be upcoming this year that might be brought to the board that have to do with innovation campuses, and scoped out our meetings for particularly the first semester, because we'll probably need to make those decisions around January or so. So making sure that we hear from each of those campuses so that the committee can bring back information to the board to inform those decisions. I also attended the internal audit committee meeting, but I will defer to our chair on that one to report out on, that was also on the agenda. So we basically heard what we talked about in that one. And I will be attending Tassa TASB next weekend, as I think we all are.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Faulkner, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I attended the growth and planning, the CPAC committee. I also attended yesterday the coffee with counselors at Park Village. I attended a Region 20 training on communication. Can't remember right now what the name of it was. I also attended, I also attended a training on the legislative updates, and I will be going to Dallas to learn some more. That's it.
Ms. Ryan.
Well, it's fun when school's back in session now, because it was like summer was a little slow, but now there's nonstop stuff going on. So attended growth and planning, innovation, audit committee, CPAC, Summer graduation was great. I try to get those kids to smile. I try to be all straight-faced and serious and stuff, and I'm like, come on, celebrate this. This is awesome. Also went to the Region 20 Next Level Communications class with Ms. Faulkner, which was great. There were tons of instructional coaches and trainers there, and there was some really good info about how they can work with the teachers that they're mentoring. And then we even learned some cool stuff too. So that was great. Our JRTC guys did a great job on 9/11 between the Wagner ceremony at Wagner High School, which most of us were at, or the Judson High School, ROTC being out there with the Converse Fire Department and doing the tower climb at the Rutledge Stadium and going up and down those stairs. And I didn't know because it was at the same time, but maybe next year. I went by to say hi. And
You didn't go up and down the stairs.
I did not go up and down the stairs because I was somewhere else right before. But those kids were a little bit tired, but it was great. And Veterans, I think, is going to talk to Colonel Baker about joining in and making that a little bit bigger. But thanks to Converse, City of Converse and Converse Fire Department for joining up with our kids. We always love those community partnerships. Just big thanks to all the teachers and principals who have just opened their doors to us. I know this is different than maybe some people who've been in the district 5, 10, 20, 30 years are used to. Some different board members who really enjoy being in your schools. And I know for me, and well, I've heard from the other ones I've talked to, is just pure joy. Walking those hallways and seeing your kiddos and seeing your teachers and watching them teach, and it's literally just like our happy place. I give them a little shout out to Mrs. Pierce and the entire first grade class at ELOF, who gave me an entire project-based learning lesson on what they want to see with their playground, and it had, oh my God, it was as good as a board briefing type thing. But thank you for trusting us that we want to be there to just see and enjoy what you guys are doing in the schools. So please continue to invite us because we're having a great time going out there and seeing all of it. And I know it takes a little bit, but we've been to a number of coffees with the counselor, both Olympia and Park Village, starting campus tours, Elof and Candlewood, and then all the great work out there at all the football games. Because it's not just about football. Great job by cheer, dance, flags, band, the police, the admin that's out there, all of our workers are out there, just bringing that whole Judson family together, at Rutledge Stadium, and there just happens to be a football game going on. That's been great to be part of so many of those home things. So that's all I have, I think.
Ms. Stafford?
Okay, I visited Escondido and Park Village since the last meeting, and I got to visit a couple Eureka classes. It was just so wonderful to watch them and see the kids learning, responding, just like Ms. Ryan was saying. It's just beautiful to be in that energy and to see it. We have some amazing teachers. We have just amazing teachers and principals. I just love the people I've been meeting. I also went to 4 open houses, Crestview, Coronado, Candlewood, and Masters, all in one evening, just hopping around and seeing the teachers in their rooms, waiting for the parents and the kids to come pouring down the halls, and how inviting the rooms, it made me want to teach again. It really did. Just seeing the energy and the excitement, it's just, I want to be in there. Went to the 9/11 ceremony, and that's, of course, a very moving thing, and it was beautifully done at Wagner. I am especially proud of some of our board members. Miss Eaton knew Karen Wagner personally, and she was able to give us a talk there, and I was very proud of that. And Miss Ryan came in all her outfit, her uniform.
Call whatever you want.
Her uniform. So I felt so proud. We've got 3 board members that have served our country and are now serving the board, Mr. Macias, Miss Eaton, and Miss Ryan, and I am very proud of them for serving our country the way they have. I've taken some TASB courses. I'm signing up for some and taking the same ones Miss Ryan took, which are the superintendent evaluations, so be really, really good at that, Dr. Fields. And I've taken the legislative update with Ms. Faulkner as well.
First, I want to thank the cabinet. Thank you all so much. When I got up to the school, the staff up there were like, oh, the cabinet is here, and they let our teachers go to that service, because it was a very sad event. But that's awesome. And thank you all for all the work that you do behind the scenes that we don't even know about, I love it when somebody brings something to your attention and it's something you're already engaged in or already working on. Love it. I had the opportunity, go to the 9/11 program, did some legislation updates, and I had the opportunity to go to 10 of our schools and take a gift to our nurses and librarians. I made them a candy jar full of hard candy, and I'm going to take my time and manage to get around to all the office staff, not just at the schools in my district, but across the district in totality. So that was fun. And I will be at the TASB conference coming up. I think that's about it. Other than that, it's just been a lot of activities with kids. A lot of activities with kids. Thank you.
Well, it's been a busy month. I think I've talked to Dr. Field every day. Every day. There's just something going on. But it's a lot of good stuff. So I did have the opportunity last week to attend the Mexican American School Board Association conference here. And we had an opportunity to talk to Commissioner Mike Morath and also the gentleman who is heading the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Really good sessions, very informative about the landscape of education, just really impactful. So, and the other distinction that I'm very proud of is that MASBA has revamped their board of directors, and they did select me. So I'm one of 11 board members now for the Mexican American School Board Association. And obviously we will work together in the state of Texas, and I think they incorporate some groups in Arizona and Colorado. So there is sort of this regional discussion about education, and it's very interesting. Just so you know, Colorado is number 5 in the nation in education. So to know that there's some things that are happening, we're going to collaborate, and so it's really an impactful time. And so I've missed out on a little bit of local Judson events, but I love that we have an engaged board. I can tell you in my tenure as a board member, we've never had as engaged board going to campuses. So it is different. It is different. So, just wave it when you see us. But that's all I have. I did have us out at 10:20. As you know, I'm way off. But needless to say, I thank you all for being here, and we are now adjourned.